So this is a test run to see what's going on. If it's gonna trip or if it's gonna actually work. Do you know what I mean? Test run to see what's going on. If it's gonna trip or if it's gonna actually work. Do you know what I mean? Test run to see what's going on. If it's gonna so it seems like it's working, right? Slowly but surely. So it seems like it's working, right? Slowly but surely. I think it's just the double thing. My internet's not strong enough to handle on the restream thingy. So yeah, so that's a little problematic, it looks like. Okay. Okay, let's see how this goes. Right? Let's see how this goes. How's it sound? How's it sound? Oh god, okay. It is what it is. It is what it is, okay? So, the people that know me, whether they, like, find me or not, that's gonna be the issue. Otherwise, we will try to, otherwise we'll try to just get on with it and basically read the news, right? So today is August 23rd, 2026, right? And basically I've been banned off my other channel because I've been reported for hate speech, which was actually really upsetting because, like, I really enjoy the interaction with the people that my audience, for example. I really enjoy the interaction, but I enjoy the interaction, but it is what it is, you know. I have a strike on my channel, just 2 more to go. It won't be too hard to get me off of there. All 4,000 subscribers will be gone, and I'll just keep doing like this, you know what I'm saying? Making new channels, then I will go on here. Eventually, when I can, you can't go on the, I discovered today that you can't, YouTube's getting very smart, you know? They're getting very smart. They want to make things a little bit harder for people to come back on and reinvent themselves, you know what I mean? Like if they get kicked off right here. I don't know why they're such Nazis. I really don't know why. I have no idea why they act like such Nazis. YouTube, the Stopper Council. It's just like, I don't know where else to get a community, because like the algorithm in YouTube, the algorithm on YouTube is just much more, it's much better, the algorithm on YouTube. Like literally, it's just so much better. It could get more engagement, you know what I'm saying? Slowly you get more engagement. And I've been doing, on my other channel, I was going on the app, right? It's going live on the app. And I realized on the app, you get to you can reach farther audiences. So, but if I want to go on the app, to go live on the app, YouTube became very, YouTube is, you know, they are very smart the way they go about things, YouTube. They're very smart the way they, like the way they don't just let you go. You have another channel. You can't just go live on the app unless you have 50 subscribers, which getting 1 subscriber when you start from scratch is hard enough. But getting more each time you go and you get banned off a channel, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, I see a lot of people that have, like, my... I'm talking to myself. There's nobody here. But, I'm talking to myself, basically. which is totally fine. I don't feel like a fool at all. Yeah, so what's the point? The point is that all these other people, they say the same exact thing as me. Same exact thing as me, but I guess their channel's bigger and they're more professional and they know how to work YouTube, so they don't get banned and they don't get demonetized so much. But like, it seems that because I'm a small creator and I make a lot of enemies because I just say the truth as it is. You know what I'm saying? I say the truth as it is, and people don't like to hear the truth. So people don't like to hear the truth. It's not pleasant to hear the truth. The truth is ugly. So, and you know, granted, not granted, the internet is poor. The connection with the stupid piece that I got, it's not very good. Let me see something. Not granted. Listen, a lot of the people that on my other channel, they would come and they would say the most nasty, horrible, anti-Semitic, disgusting things to me. As you know, I'm Jewish. Anybody that knows me and my channel. And they could say the most disgusting, despicable thing to my face, and they expect not for it to be returned. You know what I mean? So I've developed a skill on how to deal with these people. They get very upset when I put them in their place, and what ends up happening is that they, what ends up happening is that they report my channel. So when I'm giving the best insults ever, that's a lot of the time, I guess that's what can get me banned for hate speech. What am I supposed to do, you know? Now I can't even stream on Rumble the same time I stream on YouTube because apparently my internet connection, the piece I got for the internet, is not strong enough. So yeah, so that's the story for anybody who ever finds this channel before this channel gets banned. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, you know what I could do? I could share my link. I could share the link. I could share the link in my other channel for the people to come. I can't even post on my other channel because I've been they banned me. So let me. How do I share this? How do I share it? Here. Share, copy. Now I'm gonna go to my other channel. Not that one. I can go to the comment section if they let me. Send it to all the community. See, Schmerchick Live now. Visit your creator's content. Okay, this community isn't available. Okay, whatever. I can't be bothered. Whatever. So, never mind. If they find me, they find me. You know what I mean? If they find me, they find me. Anyway. Let's see. I know what I'll do. Let me edit this 1 second. There's no one here. Okay. I have a plan. So, copy this. Copy. Let me just edit it. And then paste. Right? Okay. So, alright, let's read the news. Jerusalem Post, we'll start with that. We can go to Israeli news. That's something we can do. You can go to Israeli news, right? When I say Israeli, what I mean is basically in Hebrew websites for just Israelis, right? So it looks like today has been the past couple of weeks, I guess, two or 3 months. No, the last 2 months maybe has been relatively calm here in Israel. Besides for the occasional soldiers being killed in battle on duty. And it's like every single time a soldier dies, it's like, because it's such a small country, the whole entire country feels it, you know what I'm saying? Plus the Jewish people, we care for each other for the most part. I'm not gonna say we're angels, complete angels, but like for the most part I think Jewish people are good people. We have our criminals, of course, if we're gonna be honest, because we're humans. But for the most part, like, I'm really glad I don't live in, like, I'm really glad that I don't live in, I'm getting distracted by Reza Pahlavi. I'm really glad that I don't live in Haifa, for example, because I was watching a documentary of, I found this YouTube channel where these people are going, and they're actually going without bias. They're going into the communities of Haifa up north here in Israel, and they show like criminals, right? So you have, for instance, you have a person from the Druze community, Druze, and they're not Jewish, right? But they have like they're either in the police force or they have like high places in the government or whatever. And there's Jewish criminals. There's a guy who they went to arrest. They were videoing the arrest, right? Because this guy, he's a kleptomaniac. This Jewish guy in Haifa, he's running around stealing things. He has like a whole kit to steal stuff because he's crazy. And so you have this Druze Arab individual who is in the police force, and he's going to enforce the law in Haifa. So he goes and he sees the Jewish guy, stealing stuff, and he arrests him. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a country of law and order. So that's just one example of, that's just one example of how Jewish people can be criminals too. Do you know what I'm saying? Let's just be real, right? So back to here. The Jerusalem Post: is the Islamic Republic of Iran afraid of Reza Pahlavi? I don't think so. He doesn't give me he looks just like his father, but it's like a carbon copy. His father was better looking. He looks more like he looks more good-natured. He looks more like a clown. You can't take him that as seriously as his father. But on the other hand, his father's life ended and he was kicked out of Iran, so he kind of failed over there. So, since January's protests, the Islamic Republic's media have worked hard to discredit Pahlavi, suggesting Tehran still believes that convincing Iranians to follow him is worth the effort. So they're afraid that people are going to actually follow him. So here, this picture is of a supporter hold a banner depicting Reza Pahlavi alongside his father, former Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The Islamic Republic's recent media campaign has repeatedly sought to undermine the exiled prince's appeal and portray him as incapable of uniting Iran's opposition. Well, at least he won't run around murdering people. You know what I'm saying? Like the Iranian regime, the IRGC, they've been slaughtering people left and right, hanging children, murdering them, killing children, you know? Children that went out to protest. Children, meaning people under 18. They're taking them and hanging them. It just occurred to me, like, wow, like, everybody calls Jews and Israel, like, baby killers, but, like, there's children being murdered by a regime on camera, and they publicize when the execution's gonna be, and nobody cares. That's something that, it's bizarre. I'm so glad that I had a good upbringing to know right from wrong. But the propaganda, it's like so convincing. The propaganda of the other side, right? The people who hate Jews, the terrorist regimes, their propaganda is so convincing that it pulls on the heartstrings of like regular American people. And they're too stupid to see right from wrong, left from right. It's like crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. To me, it's everything is just very simple. Things are like, yes, in the grand scheme of things are very complicated and there's a gray area. But in these instances, you have, excuse me, that was for Gaza. You have, in these instances, you have, in these kinds of instances where the Iranian regime is publicly slaughtering people, okay, they turned off the internet because they don't want people to see what they're doing, but stuff has gotten out, and they publicly hang people that have just been protesting. They hunt people who were protesters down in hospitals to execute them, to murder them. They rape women. They obviously have, you know, and people tell you Iran is funding proxies in all different places in the world to do terrorism on regular people, and instead of normal average folk actually just understanding what's going on and being like, hey, yeah, we see the connection, we can connect the dots and see, oh, those are terrorists, okay, you know, they're doing this and this and this, and they need to be put down. Instead, they get caught into this whole like rabbit hole of emotion and manipulation, and they stand with ISIS. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna be honest, when I was a little girl, I was a little bit more liberal, okay? But I've grown up and I see right from wrong, and I've put my empathy in the right place. And I choose to see the truth for what it is. I don't like anything sugar coated. I like just tell me the truth, okay? So, hi to my non-existent audience. Here's my other channel, Schmercher Crasher's Corner. Unfortunately, it is what it is, you guys. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Perhaps I should change the picture of my channel to, maybe I should change the picture of my channel to a nicer picture, so then people won't just see, let's see if I can find myself a good picture. 1 second. Let's go and see if I can. YouTube Studio, go to, I want to change the picture. Change the picture, right? Change. Let me get a nice picture. Desktop, downloads. See if I can find a good one. One that's actually attractive. One that looks like very attractive and sharp, you know what I mean? Let me see. I'll just choose any, right? Let's try that. Hold on. Why is it? What? 1 second. Okay, that one's nice. Done. Publish. Okay. Okay, so that's that. And let's go see if it's changed. It's not changed. What? It is. It is changed. It's changed. I changed it. It's changed. I changed it. It's changed. I changed it. It's changed. Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave a few open just to get the algorithm moving, you know what I'm saying? If I leave a few open and get the algorithm moving, maybe somebody will see it. Deadline. Deadline. So you have that, and that. See if that makes a difference. Okay. Alright. So, what we're gonna do now is continue on with the news. I don't feel like I'm like fooling myself because I don't have the audience and I love the engagement to talk to people and everything, but it is what it is. So. Okay, so. Alright. Am I even public? Hold on a second. Did I? Second. Am I even settings? It's public. I put it on public. Right? Alright. So back to Reza Pahlavi. Right? So when Reza Pahlavi, when millions of Iranians took to the streets in January, when millions of Iranians took to the street in January, one name repeatedly rang out among protesters: Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Some outside the country were quick to dismiss the exiled royal, son of the former Shah, Mohammad Reza, was incapable of leading the protests against the Islamic Republic from afar, or questioned his suitability to be an alternative leader to the mullahs in Tehran. U.S. President Donald Trump offered his own opinion in the war between Israel, Iran, and the U.S. earlier this year, questioning whether Pahlavi was the man to lead a post-regime Iran. And many others have opined on the prince's ability to shape events far from a country he has not set foot in for over 4 decades. But there is one major player that, even months later, appear concerned about Pahlavi's standing among ordinary Iranians and the impact he may have on the future of the regime. Iranian state and regime-aligned media have repeatedly attacked Pahlavi's ability to mobilize people inside Iran, questioned whether he can unite the opposition, sought to undermine his standing among ethnic and religious minorities, and accused him of exploiting questions of Iranian sovereignty for political gain. At the same time, Tehran's judiciary has issued a sweeping indictment accusing him of security, terrorism, and espionage offenses. Because they don't like him because he's against the regime, right? Obviously, he's the enemy to the regime. He's a threat to the regime. The Iranian Republic, right? The Iranian Islamic Republic. So they want to squash his support. Okay, I get it. You know what I'm saying? So now it's not top news. So, right? Let's see if that's working. 1, 2. I'm watching myself, you guys. It's so funny. Okay. So, man, I need to call my work. Okay, let me call her up. I'm gonna put you on mute. Okay, so I was just calling my work to see what time to go tomorrow. Okay. Where are we? Okay. U.S. envoy Tom Barack. Let me see how the sound is in a second. Where are we? Okay. So, U.S. envoy Tom Barack's Israel criticism tests his credibility as mediator. Israel strikes in Gaza, Khan Yunis. IDF kills terrorists who attempted to steal weapons in West Bank. Oh, yeah, these Muslim jihadis, they just never learn. Cheap Guardian interceptors developed by Florida startup could turn tables on Iranian drones. UK's proposed ban on Israeli settlement trade would breach intelligence legal obligations. Wow, things are like really complicated. Yeah, let's see what ex-spy Jonathan Pollard joins Sharon Haskell's Israel's first party ahead of elections. Really? No one's gonna take him seriously. I mean, I think he has a fanaticism in him. He's been through a lot, you know what I'm saying? Jonathan Pollard, he's been through a lot. He's been in prison for a long time. He's been in prison for about 30 years, okay? So I wouldn't think that he would be I think that if he wanted something, he would probably go and just do it. He wouldn't care what people think so much. You know, whatever radical idea there is out there, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he's radical. I think he's just he's a Zionist, you know what I'm saying? And he wants to keep Israel strong. But he's like more like a clown than anything. No offense. So I've seen him around a couple of times in Jerusalem. And it was like pretty crazy to see him in real life because like all the time when he was in jail, we would like go and do like protests for him to get him out. Because apparently they were really hard on him. He gave it information to Israel that Israel needed, that America was holding from us. So my question is like, what Jonathan Pollard, what did he give to Israel? What valuable information did he give to Israel? I'm very curious. You know what I'm saying? What valuable information did Jonathan Pollard give Israel? That the U.S. was withholding. CIA. I don't trust the CIA. CIA is full of shit. Regional air and naval movements, intelligence on Libyan air defense networks, as well as French and Soviet naval movements in the Mediterranean Sea. Key intelligence provided. Nuclear programs, data concerning Pakistan's advanced nuclear weapons development. So he really helped with Israel a lot, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, I don't understand why the U.S. was like, they're supposed to be like the ally, but they don't want to help Israel stay safe. I mean, with friends like that, who needs enemies? So I want to get like a unpacked media, right? Did Jonathan Pollard safeguard Israel or betray America? Right? that's one thing we can look at, right? Alright, so he wants to be part of the government. I mean, to me, it's like more like a joke. One second, let me go and see if I can find Schmercheck. See. Schmercheck, Schmercheck, Safety Tower. Let's see if my other channel pops up. Let me get the thingy. Subscribe to myself. Now I can go to my own YouTube studio and I can share it with all the people there. Share it to the people there. Maybe I don't need them. I want to see how much, like, I want to see how much. Never mind. I'm very uninspired because I don't have the audience. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't have an audience. It's like, you know, it's a little bit depressing talking to myself. Do you know what I mean? It's a little bit depressing talking to myself. It's just not fun. It's not fun talking. Just talking to me. To me, myself, and I. It's just, you know. Okay, let's put my hair up because, you know, that's what we do here. Put my hair up in a noodle strudel, patoodle. Okay. Okay, did Jonathan Pollard safeguard Israel or betray Israel? Last week, Jonathan Pollard, the American who served 30 years in prison for spying for Israel, arrived in the Jewish state. Pollard was arrested in 1985 for passing a range of classified documents to Israel while working as a U.S. Navy intelligence analyst. Pollard, who had long expressed a desire to move to Israel, was granted Israeli citizenship in 1995. With the termination of his 5-year parole period last month. The former spy was free to leave for Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu greeted Pollard and his wife, Esther, at Ben Gurion Airport. Netanyahu handed Pollard an Israeli identification card, recited the Shechianu prayer of Thanksgiving and the Matir Asurim, freeing of prisoners, blessing. Oh, that's cute. Upon arriving in Israel, Pollard said, "We are ecstatic to be home at last after 35 years. Wow, 35 years in prison. That's crazy. Wait, he was on parole for how long? Oh, he was on parole for 5 years. Upon arriving in Israel, Pollard said, "We are ecstatic to be home at last after 35 years. No one could be prouder of his country or this leader, Netanyahu, than we are. And we hope to become productive citizens as soon and as quickly as possible." Pollard's case had generated both activism and ambivalence within the Jewish community. Netanyahu and other Israeli politicians from across the political spectrum have lobbied for Pollard's release for years. Young Israeli activists have also organized Free Pollard campaigns to raise awareness about his plight and lobbied the Israeli government to help. According to Stuart Ain of The Forward, many American Jewish groups were silent upon Pollard's arrest. However, leading Jewish organizations such as Hadassah B'nai Bris, the Conference of Presidents, and the Union for Reform Judaism have since called for his release. Who is Jonathan Pollard, and why is he regarded as a hero by some Jewish leaders and a traitor by others? How is the Jewish world reacting to Pollard's arrival in Israel? He was a really good spy. The problem is that he got caught and he didn't leave in time, and it looks like Israel turned their back on him. So that is very sad and disappointing, because, you know, you don't want, if you're a spy, you expect the country you're spying for to have your back, right? But apparently that wasn't, whatever. Or whatever. You know what I should have? I should go and get some more soup, and I should put bread in it. That's what I should do in my old age. Yeah, that's what I should do. I'm gonna have for supper bread and soup. It's gonna be really good for my tum-tum. It's gonna be really good for my tum-tum. It's gonna be really good for my tum-tum. Okay? Yes, queen. So, I'll just make sure that, you know, all the channels that need to be watching should be watching to get me some viewerships, you know, so, yeah. So, we can talk about his background in the political career. In the meantime, I'm gonna get myself some bread. Excuse me. This. Kusmin. It's called Kusmin bread. It's made of spelt bread. You know? Bread is supposed to be sustaining. It's supposed to be sustenance. I don't know what it has in here. Maybe it has eggs. I don't know what it has. But it has something. Better than nothing. First eye. Do you understand, bitches? And you know what I want to put also in it? I have this thing that's really good for the tum-tum. Sorry. This. Miso. This is very good for the tum-tums. Miso. I forgot all about it. It's very healthy. You know what I mean? Okay, so let's go continue reading about Jonathan Pollard. Okay, so Pollard began sharing classified documents with Israel starting in 1984 and was arrested by the FBI on November 21, 1985, at age 31. According to the damage assessment by the CIA, Pollard delivered the material on a bi-weekly basis, including suitcases filled with sensitive information about Arab, Pakistani, and Soviet military capabilities. According to the redacted public version of the CIA report, the sheer quantity of disclosures posed a threat to U.S. intelligence sources and collection methods. Please. Listen, I don't trust the CIA for a second. The CIA is illegitimate, period. The report also declared that Pollard's operation has few parallels among known U.S. espionage cases. It's funny because, like, Jewish traitors, according to America, they get punished the harshest. So, for example, you have this Jewish couple that were communists, and they sold They gave away Russian secret. They gave away the nuclear secrets to Russia, and they were executed. But other non-Jews, Americans who did traitorous activity just like that, they were not murdered. They were not killed by the American government. Why is that? Why the double standard? It's like two-tier policing, they call it. So, some believe Pollard was motivated by money in addition to his allegiance to Israel. He was paid approximately $50,000 for providing U.S. intelligence secrets to Israel over the 2 years he worked as a spy, according to an officer serving at the Pentagon at the time of Pollard's arrest. Pollard also suffered classified. He also suffered classified. He also offered classified documents to Pakistan, South Africa, and Australia. Really? What? He did that? Another one of America's closest allies? Why would he do that? According to an officer serving at the Pentagon at the time of Pollard's arrest, Pollard also offered. I don't believe that officer because from what I hear from Pollard himself, I think that he was tortured, right, and beaten up and stuff. That's why he's disabled by these officers in the CIA, right? So I don't know if I believe that. Add some water to my soup. Miso soup. Let's add some water to my miso soup. Soup. Mix the miso and the miso into the soup. Yes, you mix it. You mix it into the soup. Like this. Okay, let's put this away. Put it away. 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 Put the toys away. Away. Put the toys away. Oh, hi, the Constructs Apology. I didn't know you'd find me here. I tried to tell more people about this channel, but YouTube didn't let. So I'm now I'm a little shy because you're the only one here. Usually we have a whole plethora of people. But it is what it is. I got banned, as you know, as usual. I'll get 2 more strikes and they're gonna get me out of there. So I'm creating different channels to just create a little train. You know what I mean? So I could just continue. When that one gets banned, go to this one. Okay. This one gets banned, go to the next one. You know what I'm saying? You just saw my comment? That's fine. I didn't expect you to see it at all, but it's nice that you're here. Nice that you're here, right? See, I have open a few tabs to watch myself by myself because, as you know, I'm a little lonely here. Maybe I should go and Schmear Chicks. Go look. Yeah, I should click on myself. Give myself a lot of views, even though. Who am I kidding? But maybe the algorithm, something. So we're in the middle of talking about Jonathan Pollard. I do not believe what the CIA officers say about him, that he gave away secrets to other allies. I don't agree. I don't believe it. Why don't I believe it? Because they beat the crap out of him and they needed a reason. I don't know. Maybe he did. sounds like he wasn't that smart about the way he did things, you know what I mean? He wasn't as smart about the way he went about it, and okay, so according to the reports from the Jerusalem Post, Pollard shared information the Israelis should have been receiving, but which then USA Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger withheld. Oh, Caspar Weinberger, a Jew. That's why I don't like Jews in the government in America. Like, I don't think Jews should be involved in politics in any country unless it's Israel, because you always have Jews that will, instead of giving information that that should have gone to Israel, this Jewish person in the United States government refused to let it go, even though it was completely admissible to give it to Israel. So, and there's a reason why a Jewish person wouldn't want to give. It's because they hate themselves and they hate Israel. You know what I'm saying? And they are self-hating Jews, and they want, somehow they are, like this. Why would he do that if it's permissible? Weinberger was often critical of Israel in general and commented that Pollard's loyalty to Israel transcends his loyalty to the United States. In 1987, Pollard pleaded guilty to one count of providing classified information to a foreign government and was sentenced to life imprisonment. He ultimately spent 30 years behind bars. This was considered excessive, according to historian Gil Troy. Most Americans caught spying for allies served 2 to 4 years. Wow. And many Americans, that's what I said before, about how America goes really hard on the Jews, And many Americans who spied for the Soviet Union barely served a decade. But one Jewish couple that gave away nuclear secrets to the USSR, right? They were killed. They were put in the chair and bzz, killed like that. So, right? But anybody else, they don't care. They don't. They just let everybody get away with their crimes. The Jews, you're a Jew, you gotta be made an example of. Hi, Amber. Okay, my space is gonna be invaded in a moment, so just get ready, because I don't have space. It is what it is. I will follow you every time you get banned. You're very sweet. Different strokes. You're very sweet because I have to get 50 in order to do my crazy live streams again. I have to do in order to do my crazy live streams, I have to get 50 people to follow, right? Secrets to allies should be less serious than to use SSR, but life in prison compared to 2 years as a typical standard is crazy. Yeah. But the weird thing is about the nuclear secrets that the Jewish couple gave to the USSR. The nuclear bomb was created by a Jew, Oppenheimer. It's a Jewish invention. Not to say that we should be giving it to anybody. They shouldn't have given the secrets of the nuclear bomb to the USSR, but I think that first of all, they should have had a little grace, because America should have said thank you to Jewish people for helping America become a superpower, and the people that gave the secret away, they should not have been punished so harshly, because not everybody else gets punished so harshly. So, one second. I should put hashtag cats on all my things. Hashtag cats. I need to get my soup. Let's have some soup. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. think, I don't like Jewish people being involved in politics outside of America. It's just not Shia. Outside of Israel, it's not Shia. It's just not relevant. It's just not relevant for many reasons. One of them being, if you're Jewish, you get accused of being a traitor, number one. Number two, if you're Jewish, you want to prove yourself to everybody because you have a chip on your shoulder. Then, whatever. I want to eat soup now, okay? Can you go down, please? Thank you. Here, little. Here. Here. You want food? I can't cope with these animals. They just want too much attention. You know what they say, like cats are friendly, they're snobby, they don't want attention, blah blah blah. Excuse me, my cats are like attention whores. You know what I mean? Like they want attention all the time. They're always crying. They're always crying like crybabies. Always. And it's just a little bit much, and I can't keep up, you know. I want to have my space to eat my food without needing to worry that my cat's tail is gonna land in my food. Come on, man. Come, Amber. Eat the food, you know. What, Amber? Just want attention. That's what he wants. He wants attention. He doesn't want food. He wants me to rub and scratch him. I want to eat some soup, okay? Can you let me eat some soup? Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, sweetheart. I can't even stream from both places because I don't have enough internet for that, strangely enough. It's all good. Okay, here's my soup. Your cat wants food and not attention. You're figuring out lunch for your mom and you. But your cat wants food and not attention. He likes the bacon of your pizza. No, my cats don't want my food. They actually want my attention. Strangely. They want my attention. They want me to pet them and scratch them, and they want food too. But they want me to like stay still and just let them sit on me. I just gotta move around. Like I just sit still for hours on end. You know what I mean? Like I just can't do that. Like bacon on pizza? Well, I eat kosher, so I don't know anything about bacon on pizza. I guess it's not like... I thought cheese goes on pizza. Meat goes on pizza? I guess I'm Jewish, I wouldn't know. Listen. When it comes to non-kosher food, I guess everybody does what they do, you know? There's a tradition, there's a trend. I guess it's not like pineapple on pizza, right? It's not like pineapple on pizza. Can you like move your cats? Now they're occupying my chair and it's very disturbing because I need to sit. Do you know what I mean? Can you move please? I was a little bit mean to them earlier because they were shitting in the litter and they were like stepping in their poop and they were like prancing around the house everywhere and getting shit everywhere. They even got shit on my, you know, my bunny ears. They got shit on my bunny ears. They got shit on my bunny ears, and now that was disturbing to me because I was like, oh my god, now all the anti-Semites are gonna be like, see? They're gonna be like, see, you see your bunny ears, your Jewish thing is poop. Yeah, that's what they're gonna say, you know? But the truth is, who cares what they say? They're not important. They can go fuck themselves. Right? Anyway. Okay. Is the light on? See if I can eat. See their cats. The cats treat the ears like the ears deserve. Yeah. They're just... So who does your cat like in your family? Does he like your mom, maybe? Because animals, they have their person they like, you know what I'm saying? Just because they want your bacon and they don't want you, doesn't mean that they won't want your mom or somebody else, right? I tried to share this stream on all the other, what do you call that? The comments. I went to the comment section and my YouTube channel, the other one. I tried to paste, but YouTube didn't allow me. I tried to go on all the comments and it's like, it likes you more because you feed him and take him outside for walks. You take him for walks? You take him for walks? For walks? What, you put like a leash on it or something? And he sleeps with your mom? He doesn't sleep with you. Why doesn't he sleep with you? Why doesn't he sleep with you? Why does he sleep with... Ow. Now this cat is starting to bite me. He's getting revenge for how I treated him earlier. In case you're confused, stand with the Jews. Human. He used to just come outside when you were gardening, no leash, but he was too afraid to run off. Oh. Very nice. So he's not gonna... You're not gonna run off without a leash? He's too afraid to run off? I don't know. I feel like all my cats, they're like... Cats are cats, you know? Eventually, even if they're like domesticated, most of the time it depends where though. Like if you're in like a populated city where like they get fed and stuff and they can find food, or if there's like forest somewhere, they could somehow like they can hunt birds, and I don't know what they will eat there, but or rodents, but I find that like my cats, they're very independent. They go, they come, the babies here, these two ones, Smokey, okay, I tried to hold his hand but he just grabs it. He's sitting here, and Pumpernickel's here. Such a nice cat. He's sitting on my lap. I don't know if you can see. It's a little pumpernickel. Yeah. So where I come from is lots and lots of cats. They all have their like spot, and they all get fed, and we got in a habit every morning and evening of walking. So he goes away too afraid to run off. Way too afraid to run off. He doesn't understand the neighborhood cat's social situation, and there are toms that would beat him up. Toms? You mean like freaks? Freaky like people that would hurt him? Wow, that's rough. I don't know. Somehow I feel like living on a farm somewhere and like with somewhere. How do you get food? You know what I'm saying? Living like on farmland. That's ideal to have animals. Excuse me. Oh, big-headed tomcats. You have those. This cat is very funny because he has such a personality. This one. This pumpernickel. He's like a little boy. He's like a little boy, and he has such a like interesting personality where he's just so sweet the way he looks at me. The way you look at me. Hi, baby. You don't want me to hold you? I used to have 2 cats that used to like hug me. They used to put their arms around me and okay, can you please not be dramatic? Please don't be so dramatic, thank you. Please don't be so dramatic. Now I have to watch the Amber's Tales like, he loves me. He's very sweet. I don't know if he loves me. I know I should do. I should, you know what I should do? I should change the name. I should add hashtag cats. Hashtag cats. Hashtag cats. Yeah. 11 million videos. So yeah. Save that. So yeah. Back to, maybe I'm too aggressive on YouTube. I need to start being like, I need to handle the anti-Semites with kid gloves. You miss Osman? You miss him? I don't know. I don't really think my channel is anything interesting. I try to make it interesting, but I don't think I manage very well. It's just, he's funny and gets your jokes sometimes. Oh yeah, he's Israeli. Osman lives in Israel. How do I know? Because he sent me an email. I didn't believe that he lived in Israel, so he sent me an email with his like, his 2.2, or I mean not his 2.2, one of his like Israeli documents, but he like blocked out his, what do you call that? Whatever, his information. So, I don't know how to get, how do you get the algorithm going? 1 second. Not 100%. Basically, I got a strike on my channel, so I think they're gonna end up banning my channel. 3 strikes, you're out. Whatever. It is what it is. So, I'm using Subjective Perspective channel. I'm live there. And I'm trying to create alternate channels so that they ban me one place, go to the other slowly. We build a following because I can't go live stream on the phone on the app unless you have 50 subscribers. So, to build a community, you know what I'm saying, it takes time. So, on YouTube, I don't know any other platform that is as good as YouTube, you know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. You're gonna have to deal with the algorithm. I keep trying to get someone to watch my AP video, but the view count only goes up when you watch it. What's your AP video? The AP video. See if I can find your channel. Let me see if I can find it. Good channel. Nuance so hard. You're trying to do better. You still suck. Apostate prophet read Roman 11 for the first time. Is this like Christian stuff that you do? And you want him to watch your stuff? Yeah?
I'm doing. I was doing that. But I also, in my mind, I had respect for Christianity, always did, but I didn't want to be bothered or distracted by Christianity, so I stayed away from Christian stuff as much as possible as I was doing that. But then I was asked to, for some reason, to look up a passage in Romans. Read Rome 11:18, please. Fine. Fine. You want to force me to read it now? And I never read that before, so I started reading it and I read it all. And do not consider yourself to be superior to those other branches. If you do consider this, you do not support the root, but the root supports you.
Talking about Jews and Gentiles here.
You will say then, branches were broken off so that I could be grafted in. Granted, but they were broken off because of unbelief, and you stand by faith. Do not be arrogant, but tremble. For if God did not spare the natural branches, he will not spare you either. You see?
Why do you want people to see this?
Do not be arrogant. Pretty amazing. So
I don't like that So Be It channel. It's Jews for Jesus and they suck. No offense. I know you're Christian and this means a lot to you, but like I know it means a lot to you. However, I don't care for Christianity. Eating a fish. Wow, it's interesting. You got a good shot. What kind of animal is this? An osprey? This is some sort of eagle or some sort of predator. Big nasty chunk at 44. Oh wow. He's eating that like he's hungry. He's eating it like he's hungry. And that was a fish. He's eating a fish, right? There's almost nothing left besides scatter and tail fins. Huh. That's cool. It's because he loves you. He loves Jews. About apostate prophet. It's because he loves Jews. Yeah. I don't like... If he loves Jews, he should not be going to Jews for Jesus people. He should just be doing his own thing. He should be going to the ultra-Orthodox community and being nice to them and not trying to convert them. Just being nice, showing them support. He should be going to all the Jewish communities. Just don't go to the Messianic Jews because they're traitors. So, don't go to them because they're evil. But you can go to everybody else. We'll welcome him. We'll love him. But the Messianic Jews are disgusting people. They are sick people, you know? How's love would you let him to Christianity? Well, it's the wrong religion. It's the wrong religion. It's really the wrong religion for him because Christianity is not a friend of the Jews. It's just not. Your friend. It's really the wrong religion for You're a friend. Why you friend? Because you're a good person. It has nothing to do with your religion. It has to do with the fact that you're just a good person. Okay? And listen, how do I know? It's just because you're a good person. Do you know how I know you like Jews and you're good? I don't know if you like Jews, but you seem nice to me. So how do I know that you're a good person? Because you, literally, because you have Christians today, a big amount of Christians that are very anti-Semitic, okay? They are very anti-Semitic, they're very rude, they're cruel, they're hateful, and they will take quotes from your Bible and they'll say all different kinds of nasty things. But you, on the other hand, you won't do that. Why is that? Because you're just a good person. I have nothing to do with your religion. If you were Muslim, you'd be a good person. I mean, I don't know, actually. There are some good Muslims. Hard to find. But you're forgetting that just a few years ago, the Christians were worse than the Muslims. Okay? But we're going to be real. We have to be real. They were worse than the Muslims. The Christians just a few years ago were worse than the Muslims. So, you know, I'm thinking to myself, the reason why you're nice to Jews is not because of your religion, it's because you're a good person. And if you were back in the times of the medieval times, you wouldn't be the one running around trying to murder Jews in the street like Muslims do. You'd be a good person. You wouldn't want to be involved in that. You'd keep your family away from that. You wouldn't follow that because you're just a good person. That's just how you are. So, what's the lesson we have to learn, my friend? My friend. What's the lesson that we have to learn? The lesson that we have to learn is to follow your inner voice that speaks without words. So back to, I'm really tired. Oh, I'm really tired. Today was a really hard day. Every day feels like a hard day. A long, hard day. Every day that I have to be around people, it's a hard day. Every day that I'm around myself and my animals, I'm fine. Could also be because I didn't really sleep much today. I was up the whole night, just lying in bed, trying to sleep, and my animals are wild Indians, you know. That was a very nice soup, you know. That was actually a very nice soup, people. Mr. Different Strokes Apology. Wow, this camera's not very flattering for me. Look how it makes me look terrible. What did you eat for lunch? Pizza with bacon? What did you eat for lunch? You happy my dinner was good? I don't cook, so I managed to make myself a soup a couple days ago. And this was the remnants of it. And I put it in the... Oh, I'm sweating. Oh, I'm telling you, my life is... Sometimes my life is really good and really fun, but like... Pizza with bacon? Okay. Was it good? Was it like really good, like delicious? Yeah? Did you like really enjoy it? Like that, the animal that was eating the fish? Did you really? I would cook for you with all the utensils and cookware, so you know it's not tainted. With all new utensils. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? But you can't just cook with just new utensils and cookware. So it's great, yeah. You can't just cook with, the Jewish law is that you The Jewish law, okay, is that you have to. What's the Jewish law? I can't think. Maybe I have a cup of wine. I'll feel better. The truth is, I had apple cider. 4% alcohol. It was okay. It wasn't like amazing, but anyway. So what was I saying? Where was I? Yeah, Jewish utensils. Okay, utensils for cooking. All right. You can't just have new utensils. You have to go to the mikvah, okay? Or to an open body of water. So if you were by a lake, I don't know if a lake counts because it needs to be like living water. It has to be water that is like a mikvah. It's made in a certain way where the water is coming and going. I think it has to be part of like an open ocean or something. I'm not sure how mikvah works. I learned the laws when I was religious back in the day, but as you can see, I'm just whatever. Yeah, rivers is good. Rivers is very good. Yeah, rivers is perfect. So either the river or the ocean, or if you have it your local Chabad house, you can go to there and you can go to mikvah there. They have where I come from in New York. The Jewish community, we had every Passover, right? We would have like new utensils or same old, but we want to toivel it again, like meaning dunk it in the mikvah again. So anything new, you go there. There's like a little mikvah that they have like a basket. You put all your stuff in and you dunk it in. You say a blessing. You dunk it in 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and so that would be something that you would have to do. Not you wouldn't have to, but if I were like want to be like more, machmir, more like with the law, that would be more like with the halacha. Then I would want to go to the river and dunk it in the river and say a special blessing. And then your pots and pans are kosher. But then you know about kosher, don't you? Like milk and meat separate. Complicated, okay? To say the least. My sister-in-law, she doesn't let me in her kitchen, okay? Because I traced up her fancy schmancy pot, okay? My sister-in-law, Rifki. She's very sweet. I was trying to help her, I was trying to wash her dishes, but I just put it in the wrong place, and that was that, She has to throw it out. Her fancy schmancy dish. From then on, she wouldn't let me in her kitchen. So that's that, Yeah. I don't know, kosher is really important to me. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I break everything else, but like kosher is like one thing. I don't want to eat the wrong thing. I don't want to put the wrong thing in my body. Because I don't want to put the wrong thing in my body. Because I don't want to eat not kosher food. Because then I'm going to be like a chazer. Do you know what a chazer is? A different stroke. What's a chazer? What's a chazer? Do you want to know what a chazer is? What's a chazer? Take a guess. Eating new things can get you sick. You don't know that word? Treif. Treif is not kosher. Not kosher. Bad. 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 Chazer is pig. I don't want to eat chazer. Chas v'shalom. God forbid. Okay? Chas v'chalila. Chalila chas. Do you understand? Chalila. You know what Chalila v'chas means? Chalila v'chas means God for heaven forbid in the opposite way. It's like heaven forbid heaven. Something like that. I'm not sure. Chas v'chalila, Chalila v'chas. Chazer. In Israel, the Israelis with the accent, they would say chazer, because they have fancy Israeli accents. But where I come from, in the ultra-Orthodox community, we say chazer. We have a different way of saying everything. Do you understand? Chazer. Not chazer. 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 We say chazer. You don't want to eat a tray for chazer? Chalil v'chas. Chas v'shalom. Oy vey. Yeah. We should get back into politics, shouldn't we? We should get back into... Yeah. So, you know, it's funny, because... Yeah, I don't know if it's funny or not, or just tragic. Yeah. Listen, being Jewish with all the intricacies of the Jewish law, it's a lot of fun. It's actually, like, when you're in it, it's very comforting. You know, when you're learning it, and you're going to lectures, and you're part of the community, and you want to keep a kosher house and everything. Shut up, will ya? These farting balloons running around with their motorcycles, farting up the place. Okay, fuck you. So, what was I saying? Back to the story, right? So, when you're in the Jewish community, it's a lot of fun because when you're in the Jewish community, it's a lot of fun. Because, I'll tell you why. Because, you know, the Jewish law is a lot of fun. Like, I don't know if you're there when we finished the book of Dara. What's her name? That lady that was speaking about dead Jews. But she was describing Daf Yomi. You're listening, typing is hard. Yeah, I know. Religion and community are comforting. Yeah. Just repeat it back to me. Yeah. So maybe you heard me, right? So, you don't have to stay, by the way. You can just go. You don't have to let me know. You can just, you know what I'm saying? Comforting and fun. Listen. Judaism, I'm really glad I'm not face to face with you. It'd be too personal. But here I don't see you. You know what I mean? Listen, I know you're a human being on the other side of the screen. Okay? You're listening. However, I wouldn't want you in close proximity to me because I would be like, it's not comfortable. But I still feel like I'm having a conversation with you. Or having a conversation with somebody on the internet that's responding. Do you know what I mean? They probably have AI that does that. Right? I should just have, you know, I should just make AI comment in the comment section. So when I talk, they can respond like you. Wouldn't that be cute? And I don't feel like I'm, you know, then you don't have to be here. You can go somewhere else and find something else interesting. Anyway, so where was I? Yeah. Yeah, it's too agreeable. Yeah, that's true, probably. I don't use AI much. So where was I? Yeah, we need to teach AI to disagree. To be argumentative and disagreeable. That's what they have to program it to be. Okay, not like bots, but like with intelligence. So, where was I? Yeah. Back to the Jewish law, right? Like what we read with the people love dead Jews. Excuse me. The end of her channel was comforting because like she said that she starts to take part in Daf Yomi, which is one page a day to learn of the Talmud, and she found comfort in like different rabbis, like the way the Talmud works. It's like every era, like every 100 years or so, you have different rabbis adding to the Talmud, arguing with the previous rabbis, right? Bringing their own opinion and their own disagreements. So you're learning it, and as you go from one page to the next, every day, and you're learning the Talmud, and you hear the mindset of these rabbis, right? It's not like necessarily the law, but it's their arguments. You feel like you're part of the arguments, and it's very entertaining. So she was saying how she understands how the Jewish people, even though they had all this like horror happening to them every day by Christians and by Muslims, but more Christians, they would, a lot of the time, they would get lost in lectures, they would get lost learning Talmud, and they would feel, they get lost in their own inner world. They went inward, and they got lost in their inner world as a community, and that way they were able to survive mentally what they were going through all the torment and the discrimination and all that. So, Poopgate. My cats are making poop again. God save me. Every time they go make a poop, I'm like, I just hope my house doesn't turn. They step out of the litter box, and I have to say a prayer that they don't shit my house up. My desk, everything. They even got shit on my calendar. This is important, okay? It's smeared with shit. God help me, I really need help. Sometimes I feel like I need, sometimes I feel like, okay, you know, like, listen, to be honest with you, this past week was really hard because I was sick. You know? Really hard. Yeah, that's when you feel like, exactly, different strokes. Exactly. You're being my therapist. Listen, I don't have therapy this week. They're on vacation. Okay? So, what was I saying? Basically, there's times like this when you feel so helpless because you're so sick that, you know, I'm alone in Israel. I'm not like, listen, yeah, I have my friends and stuff. I don't like to bother them. You know what I mean? I don't like to bother them. Unless I'm on my deathbed, and even then, maybe I'll just drop dead somewhere. But I told one of my friends, I couldn't move, and she took me to the urgent care, and she got me, like I said, the IV of my thing. So she really helped me out, but like, I don't like to be a burden on anyone, and it's like times like these, and I'm like, oh my God, like, I'm so sick that I'm like, I have like distant relatives here in Israel, and I have friends, but like, it's not like living with your immediate family, you know what I'm saying? So that can be hard sometimes. But that's all, right? And then you have animals to take care of on top of everything, and they're shitting on you. You're in bed, and they're just like, literally, I was like lying down, and my cats jump on my chair. They stand on it like they are Twin Towers. Not the Twin Towers, like the Eiffel Tower. Little pumpernickel will be on top of here, okay? And he'll jump right on my stomach. Like, can you imagine? I had like my stomach, I'm throwing up. And it's so painful. My entire innards are attacking me. And he jumps on my stomach. Oh. I thought I was gonna die. Surprised I didn't, you know? Yeah, so it sounds like that when I think to myself, like, oh, sometimes I wish things were a little bit different. Just a little bit different. Like, I wish I had an extra room and I could just stuff all the cats, put all the animals in one room, leave them there, Like I have my own separate bedroom. And my own little thing. So that they don't like, you know, like they could shit in another room, you know what I'm saying? They could, I don't have to have the litter box in my face. Do you know what I mean? But that's what you get for being not a professional. I'm not a professional, you know what I'm saying? So I can only afford this. And I don't have a rich mama and daddy to pay for everything. Listen, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. I have a lot of good in my life, okay? I have more than I deserve. However, sometimes I just say to myself, I want more. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. A little bit teeny weeny 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 weeny. Amber. Oh, here he is. I thought he was outside. So he likes to be held. He used to sleep with the mask for breathing. When your cat poops at night, the machine pumps poop smell into your nostrils. What? The machine pumps poo smell into your nostrils? He used to sleep with a mask for breathing. Oh, because it was the pump. There's a machine that pumps the poo? There's such a thing? I have to clean the thing myself. Do you know what I mean? I can't just whatever. Smokey likes Amber a lot. Anyway. I'm sitting having Farbrengen with you. You know what Farbrengen is? You know what a Kumsitz is? Do you know what that is? Not the machine is for breathing while asleep because you have sleep apnea. I also have that, by the way. Like you wake up because you can't breathe. But sometimes it just doesn't bother me at all. Sometimes it doesn't. Sleep apnea doesn't bother me at all. Most of the time, like sometimes for like months and months I'll have sleep apnea. Like sleep apnea, right? Oh look, Pumpernickel. He just made a poop and now he's sleeping on my things. On my things, he's sleeping. It's very inspirational. My cats say, "You're fat, so it bothers you." Damn, you're fat. Why are you fat? Why? Why are you fat? It's not good to be fat. Ow, ow, ow! Ugh! Oh my god! This cat's scratching me, climbing me like I'm some sort of too much bacon pizza. You need to go easy on the carbohydrates. If you like to eat, listen. Different strokes. If you seem like you like to eat, obviously, because you're overweight. You're making shit everywhere. Again, shit everywhere. Again. I have to check them. I have to go and stick their feet in the thing. So if you like to eat, okay, you have this thing where you like to eat, okay, at different strokes. Listen, not that you're asking me for advice, but if you like to eat, okay, you should take advantage of the fact, and you should use it as a motivator to want to eat good food. Your mom has dementia and loves food, so you try to make sure she has good foods, yeah? That's hard to deal with a parent that is losing their mind. That's not easy. I know that's not easy at all. Listen, I'm not in your shoes, so thank God I'm not in your shoes, but if I were in your situation, I probably wouldn't be very happy. But it's a big mitzvah. Taking care of your parents in Judaism is like a very big mitzvah. It's the highest honor you can do for your parent, and you get great merits for that. Do you know that? Good tasting food. She doesn't like healthy food. Okay, so that's fine. She's old. Let her eat. Listen, let her live her last years happy and let her eat her whatever. So I am her. Good love. So ow. Scratching my skin, Amber. Not nice. Oh, you always scratch me. Why? Anyway. You're happy to take care of her, yeah? You're a good son. So, I'm assuming you're a little older. I'm assuming you're a little older. Probably in your 40s. Right? Early 40s. Late 40s? Early 40s. I'm assuming. Okay. You're almost 39. Yeah, that's young to be taking care of parents. But since you like to eat, okay, back to your food issue, right? You like to eat, okay? So take advantage of that. Instead of eating bacon and pizza, cheap foods, learn how to cook something like, how to cook like really good meat. You know what I mean? Learn how to cook really good meat. And, I'm all scratched up. Learn how to do all this like cooking stuff with like marinade meats and stews, or like learn how to make good foods. I don't know what you eat, like, but more on the healthy side, not just pizza. Pizza is like a cheap, easy food. It's like no effort and it makes you fat. Eat good food, you know. I'm not much of an eater, thank God for that. But if someone's gonna take me out, okay. If someone's gonna take me out for a meal, I'm gonna want to get a nice, good steak, okay? Healthy. You need to learn to cook chicken because it's healthier. Yes, I like a lamb. I like a good lamb. I'm gonna go. They're gonna buy me lamb, and I'm gonna eat a lamb. Okay. And I'm gonna drink some wine with it. Okay. Lamb and wine. I'm gonna have some rice or potatoes. I don't know how they make it. Okay. But I'm gonna have some good, healthy foods that taste good, not just bacon and pizza. I'm sure you love it, but I'm gonna have like a really like tasty with it, not spicy, but like you can taste the marinade and the way they season it. You know, the seasoned food. Do you know what I mean? That's what I would do if I were you. I don't know if it's more expensive or less expensive. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I would like. Not that I eat much. Truthfully, I'd probably make a little bit more food if I had a more functioning house. But because my oven's up there and I don't really have much room in the kitchen there, it's a bit difficult. Sometimes good meat only needs salt and pepper. Yeah. I don't know how to cook, but I know that. So you put it in the oven. I don't know how you do it. You put it in the oven, you fry it. You just got a new pepper grinder and your eggs have been great. Very nice. So that's what I would do. Not telling you how to live your life. Just I would take it easy on the bacon and the pizza, because the bread is what makes you really fat. And you want to eat bread. You want to taste the bread. Maybe I don't know if it makes a difference if you have like spelt bread, like white spelt bread. I don't know if it would make a difference with how it would make like the taste, how it would taste for you. But I think once you like, the truth is, once you get off of all this, once you get off of all of the fast foods and you start eating quality foods, you lose the desire for the other foods. I used to eat so much junk food. Like, I used to eat a lot. Chocolate and chewies and nuggets and all that. And I used to get cavities and my this kid would itch and I would be like, it was a disaster. It was really bad for me. I didn't get fat because I was like younger, but it was a disaster because I'd eat candy and really bad. It would give me headaches, everything. And then I decided to go healthy. My father said the reason you have all these problems is because you're eating sugar. Stay off of sugar. So I stopped eating sugar. I stopped eating chocolate and all this stuff. And once I stopped eating it, and suddenly I don't have desire for it. I don't feel like, okay, occasionally I feel like eating a chocolate, you know, like the one I have in my fridge, occasionally. But I don't eat much of it, and my tastes have graduated to, my tastes have really graduated to healthy foods, but tasty healthy foods, not just like vegan people's foods. Because I like a good meat and a good chicken, and I like a good rice, and I like a good, I'm not much of a foodie. Do you know what I mean? Your mom has been in and out of the hospital so much, it's been hard to get into the habit of cooking. Too much fast food is a big problem. Yeah. So, yeah, like, you're not really right now you're not in a good situation, so I wouldn't expect you, I can't cook myself, whatever. I'm sitting here giving you advice from my high chair, you know? I'm sitting here dictating. Like, who am I kidding? But what I'm saying is, it's a mindset, you know what I'm saying? It's not just about cooking. It's about a mindset. It's about quality. It's about quality over... Your tastes have evolved to eating raw salted onions. No, I always like that. Let's be real. It hasn't evolved. It's always been that way. But I always like that stuff. Okay? However, what I'm saying is that I stopped desiring the pizza and all of the junk foods, like the candy and all that, you know what I mean? It's just gonna change. You're gonna desire quality foods. You're not gonna want to eat candy. You're not gonna want to eat all the stuff. You're gonna want to eat like quality, nice, tasty rice and tasty potato, pumpkin, shepherd pie. You're gonna want to eat like real foods that are actually like you really enjoy eating. No, I'm not saying you don't enjoy eating your bacon and whatever. But what I'm saying is, I'm not sure what I'm saying because I don't know anything about food. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? We're not done talking about, we're not done talking about, what's his name? What's the guy's name? Jonathan Pollard? We're not done talking about Jonathan Pollard. Oh my god, do you want to hear this? There's this big Russian guy today. Big Russian tall guy. And he looked ugly and gross and stinky. He was wearing he looked like he woke up out of a coma and he was wearing his pajama that he wore for the last 10 years. And I looked at him and I'm like, oh my god, if you go near him he's probably gonna stink like hell. And what do you know? He walked by and he stunk like hell. He stunk like fucking shit. That's what he smelled like. So bad. I was like, oh my god. How did I know? That's what I said to myself. How did I know? And I said to myself, I don't know what's with these people. They have mental health issues. They can't get in the shower. They can't step in the shower and wash their clothes in the laundry. What? What's, you know? He has a hard time keeping himself clean. What's his business? So I don't want to smell like that ever. I take a shower every day. Do you understand? No, he was a Russian that lived here, a local Russian. Okay, probably not Jewish. Tall. Like, built like a bus. Okay? Yeah, he stunk like hell. Because he was wearing filthy clothes. Baggy, big. He looked like prison clothes, but just not prison color. But just, like, dirty. I don't like to be snobby, but it's just like, I'm not trying to be a snob. It's just that I don't want to be near that. Disease. So you noticing? Okay. What else can I eat? I have some chips. You know what I'm saying? Yeah? I don't know. I like cleanliness. I'm very clean. Even though I live in a shithole, I'm very clean, okay? Like, for real. I do not want my house turning into like a real shithole. Because if it does, I'll be really embarrassed. I would be so embarrassed to have anyone come here ever, like, even by accident, you know? Occasionally you have, like, something break down and you need someone to fix it, and it's just like, if you have so much going on and there's, like, shit all over, then it's like, you see, like, I clean like 20 times a day. I go behind everything and I wash everything. Today I washed the house probably like 10 times. Being serious, I'm not joking. Because they were shitting everywhere, they were pooping. They were making poopy. And I was like so stressed, I was like screaming at them. I was so stressed. I felt so bad for them. I was screaming at them and I felt bad. Because I'm like, they don't know what they're doing. They have no idea that. They have no idea how annoying they are. They don't know that what they're doing is just spreading the shit everywhere. How would they know? They wouldn't know. They don't know one from two. They don't know what's the idea of cleanliness. They don't understand it. You know what I mean? So. Toilet, I clean it also every day. I feel like no matter how much I clean, it just gets dirty. It's just because I have animals. It's just because I have the extra 2 cats. But my heart breaks because I don't want to put them outside. Today I almost put them outside. I almost took 2 cats and I almost threw them out. I almost took them downstairs and put them outside. I almost. Because I was so frustrated. Because the poop was everywhere. It was on my calendar. It was in my things. It was on my bunny ears, my bunny rabbit ears. Okay? For the goyim. Okay? It was on my bunny rabbit ears with the goyim. Okay? They understand cleanliness, but they don't understand that they learn how to clean themselves from their parents. Yeah, but they don't understand, like, if they have poop on their feet, they clean it themselves, but they don't understand that, like, walking everywhere is getting the house dirty. They don't understand it. And they're not frustrated. It's me who's frustrated because they were prancing around and my desk is full of shit. Everything is full of shit. Do you know what I mean? I feel like a cup of wine. I feel like a cup of wine. Do you know what I mean? Okay, I tried to see if this is operational. I want to get it in the algorithm. And you say, yeah. So you know, it's funny, like guys that I date, they're like, whenever I tell them, you know, like, listen, I know man is not a plan, okay? I don't date anymore, because it's just, I'm done with it. I have no interest to date. Let me ask, are you right? So when I used to date, right, the guys I would talk to and I would say, like, my plans, you know, I say what I'm looking for. What am I looking for? I'll tell them I want a guy who's gonna give me everything, you know, provide, protect, everything. And most of, like, the modern guys, they don't want that. They want, like, it's not that I'm not interested in, like, traditional life, blah blah blah, but, like, I don't want to have to pay for anything. Why should I pay for anything? They should pay for it. They're the guy. They should pay. That's how I feel. they should pay for everything, okay? Like, I need to get something from a relationship if I'm gonna be in one. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm gonna be in a relationship, alright? If I'm gonna be in a relationship, I gotta get something from it. Right? And, like, part of me is, like, hoping that, you know, you find a guy, and then they take away your burden, you know? I don't have to work so much anymore. I don't have to... I can have a little bit of a bigger place because I'll have a little bit more money. When I'm sick, I think maybe they'll take care of me. But then, who am I kidding? When a woman gets sick, most guys, instead of helping the woman, they start tormenting her. They start making fun of her when she's sick. They won't help her. I've seen it in real life. I've seen men behave that way to their women. So I'm like, who am I kidding? You're better off being alone. Better off just taking care of yourself, because even if you can't take care of yourself so well, and when you're very sick and you're like throwing up and you're all over the place and you can't get out of bed, it's better than being with somebody who makes fun of you while you're not well. You know what I'm saying? Someone who torments you and laughs at you and says, "Stop pretending. Stop making believe that you're sick. You just want attention." You know, it's better to be alone than to be with a jackass, abuser. You know. Because a lot of guys are like that, you know, like, they don't care. They don't care. They really don't care. When they're sick, oh, it's the end of the world. They're dying. You know, call the ambulance. When their woman is sick, they don't find it a time to go and take care of her. They find it a time to torment her and make fun of her because she's weak. You know. Oh, she's weak. Let's kick her further down. Let's. Oh, this is the best time to hurt her. I've seen it. Life is a struggle, and you'll need to struggle together. You get togetherness. Yeah, I mean, if you could find a guy like that, that actually is not good for nothing. Somebody that doesn't sit around the house all day. Someone that actually goes to work. I can't be with a guy that plays video games. You know, any guy that plays video games. Oh god, my ex used to play video games all night. Video games. He'd leave me sleeping there myself. He'd be playing video games all night. Morning comes, I'm a normal person. I want to go home. I need to go to work. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. Oh no. He wants me to stay with him when he sleeps. And he stinks. Fuck him. Disgusting creep. Playing video games, useless. No job. Smelly. Filthy. Useless. And he was an abuser. So I find that most guys, there's nothing you need for a woman. A woman needs to have respect for her man. She needs to see something about him that she can respect. Because if a woman doesn't have respect for her man as a man and she can't look up to him, then there's no relationship, because a woman needs to she won't want to be with him. It's just unattractive. You know what I'm saying? It's sexually, physically and sexually and emotionally unattractive. You know what I mean? It's unattractive. It's unattractive. You have guys, what are you going to bring to the table, they say? What are you, we're going to pay half rent. Yeah, we're going to have a joint account, and we're going to have half rent. We're going to take your money and my money, and we're going to pay rent together. No, thank you. My money, I'm keeping. You know what I saw? Boy, Amber. Listen. You know what I saw? I know couples, they had, I know personally couples that had joint bank account, right? So, basically, the wife and the husband, joint bank account. The husband makes more money than her, so, right? Then, the wife, she makes like $10 an hour. So, any little money that she made, and she would work like full time, he would take half of her money. He wouldn't leave her money for her. He would take her money and use it for the rent. And now that, then what ended up happening was that she wanted to leave him. But she can't leave him because he used up all her money. All the money that she put in there, he used up, and she has nothing in her own bank account. So she can't leave him. She's stuck with him, and they hate each other. It's very sad, and a lot of women get into these situations where the husband says, yeah, let's do everything together. The problem is that, like, practically speaking, if a woman needs to leave because the husband's abusive, which is a big part of the time, she can't leave because, oh, let's put joint bank accounts, so all her money is not hers. She doesn't have her own separate money, a stash if she needs to get away, you know. He's using her money for rent, for everything. Because he's a cheap Jew. It's not only Jews, it's Goyim too. Most Jewish people are actually really good with their money, and a lot of Jewish couples have good marriages. I'm just saying, there are people who have, they're married to psychos. Anyway, almost 2 hours here. Almost 2 hours. Who am I kidding? Fine. That's why I'm like, okay, if a guy, that's the first thing I talk about when I go on a date is finances. Okay, no problem. Different strokes. I'll talk to myself. Take care of your mama the way she needs to be taken care of. I'm talking to myself. Don't worry about it. Whenever the first thing I talk about when I go on a date before I get to know them is money, finances. And I want to get to know their mindset. And if I see their mindset is no good, and they want half-half, like the modern man, they don't see the date. I don't go out with them. I don't date, period. But, you know, that's that. Maybe we should get back to talking about miserable stuff here. More miserable stuff about spies and Jonathan Pollard, you know? Hi, I'm Amber. I love you. You're a good cat, Amber. You're just a little bit big in the way. I love you. I like that you're in the way. I just sometimes wish that I had more room. He's scared. He's like, what are you doing, you crazy lady? Get your face out. Get your face away. Like, get your face away. Get your face away from me. Amber grooms himself very nicely. He grooms himself really well. Good cat. He's a good cat. I'm so proud of him. I got him when he was 8 months old. That's what I was told. And he was a little smaller, but like he was a kitten, but he was a big kitten because he was already like pumpernickel size when I got him. Well, your poor eye, Amber. I love you. Trying to get all the hair out. That's what he likes. He likes this. He's like, Amber would be the perfect man if I could find someone like him. Okay, he cheats sometimes because that's unacceptable, you know what I'm saying? He goes to the creepy man downstairs. I don't know what he does with him. I wish he would just stay away from that creepy old man. Creepy man. Stay away from him, Amber. Besides for him, Amber would be a really good husband because... Besides for Amber creeping it with that guy. He'd be a really good husband, Amber, because... He brings me presents a lot of the time. He brings me dead birds and live birds, and he also comes home. He always comes home every morning and every night. He comes home, even when he goes outside. He will come back. That's how he is. He comes back, and he is very affectionate also. You know? Just take care of my cats. That's all I want to take care of, my cats and nobody else. My cats. Be a cat lady. That's what I am. I'm a 50-60-year-old cat lady sitting in my house with cats. 10, 15 cats, 20 maybe. I want all different kinds of cats though, not just one type. I want like all different colors, all different sizes. You know? It's okay. I'll do the cleaning. I'll do the feeding. It's all good. You know what I mean? Oh, my arms get tired. My arms get tired. It's okay, Amber. I'm just trying to brush you. Okay? The cats, they can't handle high energy. They can't handle like if you're too rough with them. They need like slow. You know, so I'm just trying to keep you groomed and nice. Oopsie. Wash your hands. I want to wipe your eyes, Amber. 1 second, let me wipe your eyes. Get tissue. Wipe your eyes. See, now he's in combat mode. His paws are, you see, that's combat. I'm not going near him. When he does that, I stay away. He's gonna grab me with his feet and his arms. Okay, that's unacceptable. Okay, now he's relaxed a little bit. Okay, see, now he wants to fight with me. He wants to fight. Okay, oh, okay. Let me just clean it, Amber. Your eye is all so full of stuff. Like this tiny little cat. Never mind. Okay, let me get my mouse. Alright. Back to Pollard. In 1987, Pollard pleaded guilty to one count of providing classified information to foreign governments and was sentenced to life imprisonment. He ultimately spent 30 years behind bars. This was considered excessive according to historian Gil Troy. Most Americans caught spying for allies served 2 to 4 years, and many Americans who spied for the Soviet Union barely served a decade. Pollard was the only American ever sentenced to life in prison for spying for an ally, according to the New York Times. Wow. Okay, so now my wine is full of fur now. No, that's unacceptable. I don't want fur in my wine. Is that too much to ask for? Is that too much to ask for? Come on, man. The New York Times said that some believe the disproportionately long sentence he received was motivated by anti-Semitism on the part of someone involved in the case. Every Israeli prime minister since Yitzhak Rabin has raised Pollard's case with American presidents and members of Congress. Netanyahu has requested Pollard's release in meetings with both Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Pollard left prison and parole in 2015. In November 2020, the U.S. Justice Department announced that he had completed his parole, one of the Trump administration's last gestures to the Jewish state. Wow. Trump is like a real friend. Even though, okay, he's doing his own thing with Iran or whatever, but like he's been a real friend, really. You know? Even though, okay, he tries to fuck us up with Gaza, but still, he's still like the whole situation in Gaza now. Like they want us to like just let the Hamas people have their weapons. So it's during COVID that he came here, right? And that was really sad because, like, you know, it was really sad. It was Pollard had a Jewish wife, and she was with him. Like, he divorced his first wife, and his second wife they became very close, and he loved her, I think, very much, and he speaks of her very highly, and he would cry when he talks about her. But soon after they came to Israel, she died. And that's just really tragic. You know what I'm saying? So, oh, hi Moon Rocks. Finally get to actually sit and watch your live streams. Usually stream when you're on your way to work, so I can only listen. Oh, you're actually sitting. I'm not gonna be that entertaining, but I'm gonna go play video games with your best video games. Come on, man. Don't be mad or look down at me when someone else is here. Okay, have a good day. Don't worry about it. Go to keep it up on your phone, but volume down. It's alright. Don't worry about it. No worries. I'll talk to myself like I was talking to myself the first hour. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Trump is at least trying to do productive things. Don't agree with some of his policies or views on certain things, but he's willing to have an open mind. Exactly. Exactly. So he's more than we could ever ask for as Jewish people in Israel. Every other American president didn't really like us that much, so he's been the most friendly. You know, like he's done so much for Israel. Really, like he's done a lot for us. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing the Golan Heights, getting the hostages out. We won't forget. You know what I'm saying? Now trying to fuck up Iran, you know? Yeah, I tried to brush his belly, but it just, whatever. He's like the best friend we could ever dream of, you know what I'm saying? Like, but, okay, we can't expect perfection. I just, whatever. Let's continue. Pollard's move to Israel, diverse views from the Jewish world. A majority of Israeli politicians celebrated Pollard's arrival as a homecoming. Netanyahu said on Twitter, "I was excited to receive Jonathan and Esther Pollard upon their arrival to Israel, and give Jonathan an Israeli ID card. Now they're home." Wow, that's nice. That's really nice. Excuse me, for Gaza. Gideon Sa'ar, who recently left Likud in form of the New Hope Party and challenged Netanyahu's rule, said, "Welcome home, Jonathan." While Israeli President Reuven Rivlin tweeted, "Welcome home to Jonathan and Esther Pollard." Wow, that's nice. Israel Beitenu leader Avigdor Lieberman was one of the few politicians to call for a more measured reception for Pollard, saying, "I suggest we lower our level of excitement because it doesn't help with the American defense system, which sees the Pollard affair as an unacceptable incident that violated acceptable codes between Israel and the U.S." Yeah, but Israel hired Pollard as a spy. You idiot. Like, literally, Israel hired him as a spy. Like, what the heck? Outside of Israeli politics, Jewish leaders and influencers expressed a wide range of views on the issue. Rabbi Stephen Berg, CEO of Aish HaTorah, with headquarters based in Jerusalem, commented that Pollard served 35 years in prison and parole for giving intelligence to Israel that everyone admits saved lives. Berg continued, "The strength of the Jewish nation is that for 3,000 years we have never abandoned a Jewish brother or sister. Welcome home, Jonathan and Esther." French-born Israel and Jewish activist Rudy Rachman, who lives in Israel, argued that Pollard selflessly put his country and people before his residents, and that those who regard Pollard as a traitor likely don't understand what a Jew is, noting that Jews are the native people of historical Judea. Israel, he wrote, that although Jews should respect their host countries in the diaspora, that doesn't mean that they must forget or ignore who they actually are. You see, like, all these people saying, "Oh, Pollard this, Pollard that," like, they're forgetting that the Israeli government hired him to be a slave. Really? Really? We're gonna start that now. We're gonna really start this internet business. Expressing the opposite point of view, Israel Weissman Manor, a political science lecturer at the University of Haifa, maintained that Pollard is not a Zionist hero, and was driven by ego and money. That's not nice. He says here, Jonathan Pollard, 1, is not a Zionist hero. 2, was driven by ego and money. 3, caused severe damage to Israel-U.S. relations. Excuse me? Someone get him out of office. Hit devastating blow to American Jewry by raising a dual loyalty suspicion. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're not that smart, Mr. Dr. Israel Weissman Manor. Fuck you, bitch. Seriously. Okay, that's it. So that's it, Amber? You're just gonna waltz off like that? Yeah? I see how it is. Fine. Similarly, Anshel Pfeiffer of Haaretz argued that the Pollard affair is a betrayal of both the U.S. government and American Jews. Get out of here. Israel, they're forgetting. Israel hired him. Like, if he didn't hire him and Pollard was just running around, running loose, giving stuff to Israel, that's one thing. But Israel hired him. He was working for Israeli Mossad. Why are they complaining? Oh, he's such a bad guy. Really? He was a spy. You're gonna tell me now that there aren't spies? Israelis don't have spies in America? In the government? Telling me? I'll find it hard to believe because, number one, even if America thinks that someone is a spy, the CIA is too stupid to know who it is, okay? They'll arrest the wrong guy. That's the CIA, okay? In a nutshell. They don't know anything. Historian Gil Troy argued in his column in the Jerusalem Post that Israelis should avoid all fanfare when welcoming Pollard because even the U.S. punished him unfairly. He committed crimes against Israel's cherished ally. Excuse me? All these people are traitors. You know who's a traitor? These people. Historian Gil Troy. Traitor. Pfeiffer. Traitor. They're not a cherished ally, okay? Traitor. These are traitors. Never trust those people. You want to know who's against Israel? Gil Troy. Underscoring the Jewish tradition regards humiliating a friend as one of the gravest sin a person can commit, Troy wrote, oh, fuck you. Spying is lying. Oh, fuck you, Troy. The Goyish name. Troy. Spying against enemies, wrapping you in glory. Spying on friends, clouds you in muck. Oh, get out of here. Israelis should acknowledge the complexity of Pollard's deeds for Americans and American Jews. Yeah, fuck you, you know? You're a traitor, turning your back on a man that tried to save people's lives and Israeli lives by getting literally hired by the Mossad. You traitor. Traitor. Makes me angry. Don't talk about Jews, bitch. Okay? You stupid Jew, Troy. You're not a Jewy Jew, okay? I'm a Jewy Jew. You're not a Jewy Jew. You are a traitor to the Jews. Troy. The Goyish name like that. Troy. Israeli-American journalist Carolyn Glick made the case that since his arrest, Pollard has been both a symbol and cause of the divide between Israeli and American Jews, noting that a majority of Israelis celebrated Pollard's arrival, while American Jews bristled both at the news and the happiness with which Israelis greeted Pollard's arrival. Glick added that the reason why the American Jewish community at large failed to support Pollard was because his plight reminded them of their weakness. His excessive punishment brought home the fact that despite America's warm welcome to the Jews, America wasn't the new promised land. The Israelis had a point about the diaspora. Yeah, so also I was reading a book. There was a guy named Dan Tannenbaum. He was accused of espionage and spying for Israel when he was completely innocent because he was going to get a raise he was working for the military on upgrading the military trucks, and he was gonna get a promotion, and his fellow workers accused him of spying, and they went to the authorities and they started to say that make up stories about him. So he almost got put in jail forever, and somehow he was able to prove his innocence. And I was reading his book, and it's very dramatic. It's called Dan Tenenbaum. Not Dan. His name is Tenenbaum, wasn't he? What's his name? Tenenbaum accused of espionage, bias and spy probe. His name was David Tenenbaum, sorry, not Dan. David Tenenbaum. He was an Orthodox Jew that was in the Defense Department, and he was falsely accused of espionage, being a spy, and they almost put him in jail forever. But I guess he got good lawyers or whatever. So being a Jew in America, it's like, it's risky, okay? Because even if you're the most loyal person and you love America and everything, you'll get accused of espionage just because you're Jewish. Right? The Jerusalem Post editorial board welcomed Pollard to Israel and expressed hope that his arrival will now put an end to one of the most difficult chapters in U.S.-Israeli relations, one that should never have been written in the first place, as Israel should never have employed an American Jew to spy on its greatest ally. Israel employed him. Okay? Israel employed the guy. And that's why everybody's saying, oh, he's a traitor, blah, 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 blah. Israelis saying nasty things about him. It's like, really? Really? Whose side are you on? It's like how it's military thought Oppenheimer was a spy. Yeah. Yeah. Oppenheimer, who was literally the guy who was doing the Manhattan Project, and he was working for America, but they're going to accuse him of spying. When they hired him, America hired him. He didn't have to make a bomb. They wanted him, along with 20 other Jewish scientists that were part of that. So, the bottom line, after serving 30 years in prison, plus 5 years on parole for sharing U.S. intelligence with Israel, Jonathan Pollard is now living in the Jewish state, just as his case has generated both activism and ambivalence within the Jewish community over the past 3 decades. His arrival in Israel prompted a wide range of views from the Jewish world. A majority of Israeli politicians celebrated Pollard's arrival as a homecoming. Outside of Israeli politics, some Jewish leaders suggested Pollard should be honored for his commitment to the Jewish state above his country of residence. Others argue that he's not a Zionist hero, but a traitor who caused severe damage to the United States, the U.S.-Israel relationship, and American Jews. Nonsense. Historian Gil Troy called on Israelis to practice a more mature, nuanced nationalism, concluding, let's toast the good Pollard's information did for Israeli security, discreetly, without rubbing our American friends' noses in it. Okay, even though Gil Troy, traitor, that's what you are, traitor. You're so nuanced and mature. Yeah, sure. Nuanced and mature. Disrespect the man that was hired by Mossad, you idiot. God, these people make me angry. Anyway. Oh. Okay, now, Pollard, why do we start talking about him? Is because he's trying to become part of the Israeli government. I mean, he's too old. He's too... Wait, what, like... I don't know, he's too... Right? Haskell welcomed Pollard's support, describing his decision to join the party as a significant boost for Israel first. Jonathan Pollard, a former U.S. Navy intelligence analyst who was jailed for spying for Israel, announced on Sunday that he was joining MK Sharon, Haskell's first party ahead of the upcoming Knesset election. In a joint statement filmed near the Western Wall in Jerusalem, Pollard publicly declared his support for Haskell and the political direction of Israel first. a new right-wing party that the former deputy foreign ministry launched in July. I believe in Sharon and I believe in Israel, Pollard said during the joint statement. Haskell welcomed Pollard's support, describing his decision to join the party as a significant boost for Israel's first. The Israel First Party is receiving significant reinforcement today from Israeli hero Jonathan Pollard, who paid a very heavy personal price for his commitment to Israel and the Jewish people, Haskell said. To stand here today near the Western Wall and hear from him that he places his trust in me and in the path of Israel first is a great privilege and a great responsibility. I accept the trust with humility and determination. Pollard welcomed to Netanyahu. Pollard, welcomed by Netanyahu after imprisonment, becomes critics of the Prime Minister. What's going on here? Yeah, so he started to criticize Netanyahu. I don't think Netanyahu cares much. Pollard calls for Gaza Strip annexation. Pollard has expressed his far-right views and announced in May that he would enter politics ahead of the elections. He said Israel should annex Gaza and repopulate the Strip. Well, I'd go a step further. I'd rehome Gaza. I'd put the people of Gaza, let them out into Europe, and let them out to Europe or Saudi Arabia, wherever they came from, and make the hellhole of Gaza into paradise for the Jews. You know, that's my view. So, hey, here we go. Let's see what else we got. Shin Bet chief, I alone made decision to deny Gad Eisenkot's security detail. What? Israel's election committee said David Zini informed chairman, Justice Noam Solberg, that the Shin Bet does not possess intelligence indicating any intention to target or harm Eisenkot. Who's Eisenkot? Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Never mind, I don't have time. I don't have energy to start. So what's with this security detail, right? What's with the security details? Right? What's with the security details? So there's the Shin Bet is saying that this guy in the government doesn't need security because nobody wants to threaten him. That's interesting. That's interesting. Amber. I love my little Amber. He's such the cutest little cat. Oh, you just stay there. Stay there. Okay, so. Solberg also requested that the Shin Bet inform the committee should such intentions be identified later during the election season, further stressing that he does not hold the authority to demand security detail be given to the Yashar chief. So, in response to Jerusalem's post-injury, Shin Bet sources said Sunday evening that security for state symbols is determined by law and in accordance with decision by Ministerial Committee for Shin Bet Affairs. Hold on. That was my work. That was my work. That was my work. So, let's see if this is still working. To watching. To make sure this is activated. You know, activate it. Activate all of my own viewership. You know what I'm saying? I'm activating my own views. I'm gonna do this a lot. Like I'm gonna do this many times. Then I'm gonna do like this to activate it. Because maybe I'll get with the algorithm. Right? And this. I'm gonna do activate like this. So I'm watching myself, even though, like, whatever. It is what it is. Okay. Right? So you activate yourself. So I have all these open tabs, and I can pretend that people are watching me. Isn't that cute? I'm so funny. I'm so clever. Look how smart I am. So clever. Literally. Right? Okay. I have to open more tabs. To, like, to watch my stuff. I don't know, does it even count if I keep it, like, keep them all open? Does it even count as views? 2 watching, 2 watching, 3 watching. Okay. Where was I don't know, like, all this talk about, like, getting security because they're feeling threatened, you know, from the Shinbet is the people in the government, they want security. I'm like, listen, I need security. I should start walking around with security. Do you know what's true security? Do you know what real security is? You want to know what real security is? I'll tell you what real security is. You want to be safe? My advice to people to stay safe. And if anyone's watching, let me know if you want me to tell you how to stay safe. Hi, different strokes. Do you want to know how to stay safe or not? So you don't need security. How? Okay. You shit yourself, okay? You shit yourself, you throw up on yourself. You wear old clothes, you don't shower for a month. You go out. Nobody's gonna want to be near you. Everybody's gonna run. Nobody's gonna come near enough to hurt you. That's the way. You, like, put shit in your hair. Put shit all over. Don't wash your hands. Throw up everywhere. Yeah. Especially if you're in, like, government. So you don't want people to come near you and hurt you. So that's the way. You know what I mean? Problem is, nobody's gonna want to vote for you if you look like that. That's the only issue. Do you know what I'm saying? People in the government, they want to be appealing to people, so they want to get the vote. But if they're full of shit, nobody's gonna want to be near them. They're gonna be like, this person's crazy. So, you see that practice in LA. Yeah, well, listen, we all know, you know, like, there's a girl, I was once on the bus, okay? I'm ashamed to say this, but there's once a girl on the bus, and I was on the way to Jerusalem. She was sitting in back of me. She started throwing up everywhere, and everybody ran away, including me. So I just realized, excuse me, that was for Gaza. So I just realized, you want everybody to stay away from you, just be disgusting. Be disgusting, don't brush your teeth. Just walk around, like, stinky and smelly and gross, and everybody will... That's what women should do. Women are afraid at night to be killed and raped and all that. They just should stop smelling good. You just gotta, like... It's not so hard. Just don't go to the bathroom and shit. Shit yourself, okay? Take all the shit that you got and smear it everywhere. On your face, in your head, under your arms, everywhere. You go outside that way. Clothes you wear, homeless clothes. Make sure they have holes, okay? And walk around like that, and no man will want to come near you. Even if he smells himself. It's simple, you know? Like, I don't know why nobody else thinks of it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why, I have no idea why nobody else thinks of this super way of, you know, why does nobody else think of this? Why am I the only brilliant one sitting here? No, do you know? Nobody listening to me? What's this kind of business? Okay, in LA they do it. They're smart. The people in LA, smart people. They shit. They squat and they shit on them. I don't know why they shit on the sidewalk. They should just shit on themselves. They should just keep their underwear on and shit. Sorry, Pumpernickel. I need pukes. I want a cucumber. I'm hungry. I feel like a veggie. I'm such a I love vegetables. Let's see if this is any good. Gosh, I think I'm the, you know something? Sometimes I'm so impressed with myself, I say to myself, oh my god, like, I'm so smart. Sometimes I'm just so shocked at my brilliance. Sometimes I'm so shocked at my brilliance that I can't believe, you know? I can't believe I'm so brilliant. You know what I'm saying? That's what I should do. I should start shitting on myself every. I don't even need to shit on myself. I'll just take my cat shit and smear it all over me. You know what I mean? Keep it all in my hair. Put it all in my hair. And walk down the street. Like the people in LA. Right? Wow. How smart I am. Listen, I should be an advisor. Oh my god, I love myself so much. Oh, I'm in love with myself. I'm so funny. So narcissistic. I love my narcissism. Basically, you know, I can't believe how brilliant I am. I'm like, wow, I'm so brilliant that I'm so brilliant that literally, like, I should be an advisor. You know, all those people afraid for the security. Come to me, I'll teach you. Tell you what to do. Just stay away from me, that's all. Like, you're gonna be full of shit and stuff. So stay away, thank you. Not trying to be snobby or anything. I just, you know, if you stink like shit, please stay away. Oh yeah. Avoid deodorant. Don't use deodorant. That's number one. Start with that. No deodorant. In short, just be like my exes. Just be like them, you know? Unattractive, unappealing, gross, disgusting, vulgar, stinky, smelly, shitty, just ugly in every way. Nobody will want to be near you. Then you'll have security. Oh my god, I'm so smart. I can't believe how brilliant I am. I never knew. Sometimes I surprise myself at my brilliance. I surprise myself at how brilliant I am. I surprise myself how brilliant I am. Really? Like, you know, people, they just don't see they don't understand quality when they see it, you know? People need to just take my advice. Okay? Now I need some salt. Salz. Do you know what salt is? You know how to say salt in Yiddish? Like the cat lady from The Simpsons? Maybe. Is she fat? Yeah, I get fat too. You have to get fat also. Salz is Yiddish, and I need salt. I need some salz in my salad. How do you say salad in Yiddish? Ich. How do you say need in Yiddish? Ich. Ich will Salz in meine Salad. Something. Excuse me. Forgot my Yiddish. Shame on me. Shame, shame. Busha v'cherpa. Busha. Busha v'cherpa. Fe, fe. Eat my salad. You know what I should do? I should basically put some Bernie stuff in it. Bernie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good stuff, man. Hold on. Where's all my followers? I'm all alone. How sad. Boo-hoo. So sad. Too bad. So sad. Well, the goyim, they're trying to take me down. I have enemies. Enemies! Enemies! Literally, I have enemies. I got a strike on my channel. That's why I have to develop more channels. You remember you put lime, salt, and chili powder. Mmm. Oh yeah. See you later. Love you. Hello. See you soon. Have fun. Bye bye. How's my internet? Can somebody tell me? I know you're the only one there, Mr. whatever your name is. Moon. What's your name? Moon. Moon Rocks. You going to hang out with the old man you talked to about earlier? He's not old. He's like 50. 50 and creepy. And stinky. Just like I described. Stinky. Good connection? Thank you. He's stinky. Smelly. God save me. Hold on. Exactly. Exactly, Moonrock. Exactly. Disgusting. One second. My niece and nephew. Yeah. So he wears the same shirt every day. You hear? Has to get hurt. Has to get hurt. He wears the same shirt every day. Okay? Same shirt, same pants. He looks like he smells from 10 miles away. You know what I mean? Like you come near you just start gagging. You want to throw up. You know what I mean? You having face off? Little comfort? You having a little face off? Smoky? Yeah? You having face off? Yeah? The two cats are being so happy together? Yeah? Anyway, where were we? Yeah, so we just solved the security problem, right? You know, the Shin Bet and the Mossad, they should really hire me. They should really hire me. I could be an advisor. I could be a consultant. You should consult with me. Okay? A lot of them, they need help. They need consultations. There's one lady in the Knesset, okay? I can smell him coming around the corner. Used to have coworkers smell like garlic and cloves all the time. Ew. Cloves is okay, but garlic? Ugh. Oh my god. So, you can smell them just around the corner. Oh my god. Oh. Disgusting. Yeah, that was like the other guy I dated. He smelled so bad. I didn't know what it was. His breath smelled like hell. And he was like, always like, oh, I don't want to just talk about him. He's gross. And so, I don't want to talk about him. So, see, I'm literally getting the shivers. Anyway, there's some people in the Knesset, okay? Celebrities can use security advice, how to escape hotel or venue. Yeah, I can help them. So, the Israelis, they can use me. You know, the Mossad should hire me, okay? Maybe I should apply. Maybe I should apply for Mossad. I'm too shy. But, uh-oh. You're waking up. So, Mossad should hire me because there's one lady in the Knesset. She has like, she wears makeup, but she looks like the clown out of one of those horror films. You know, like a clown that kills people. That's what she looks like. The way she puts her makeup on. And I'm not really sure if she has followers or not. So maybe that's what keeps her safe, because nobody wants to go near her because she looks like a scary clown killer. So on the one hand, I'm like, you know, I can advise her and I could be like, lady, you look like a freak. On the other hand, maybe she does it on purpose. I don't know, you know? I don't know what to think. These people are running around with clown makeup. What's wrong with these people? You're in the public eye, and every time you look like... I'm telling you, I have to find you what she looks like. Oh, okay. Hamas support plunges among Palestinians as Barghouti emerges as top of boss successor. Barghouti? Okay, so half of faculty at top Israeli universities signed petitions accusing IDF of Gaza war crime. Excuse me, traitors. Traitors, all these people? Traitors. Caucasian mafia head Yanis Yushayev killed in shooting at Caesarea gas station. What? Why? He's from a mafiosi. Video footage of the incident showed Yushayev leaving a restaurant at the gas station before the suspected killer approached him from behind and shot him at close range in the head. Yushayev collapsed and was taken to the hospital in critical condition, where he was pronounced dead. A large number of coastal district police officers were dispatched to the scene to collect evidence and begin an investigation into the killing. A helicopter was also launched as part of the search for the suspected killer, who has not yet been identified. Yushayev's suspected involvement in organized crime, according to the police and crime figures in Hadera and or Akiva areas. Over the years, Yushayev developed a network of connections with several prominent figures in the local criminal world. Primarily Patrick Krasnopolsky, described as his confidant and right-hand man, and Oshar Shmilov. Yushayev and Krasnopolsky were arrested in June 2025 in suspicion of involvement in shooting and throwing grenades at businesses in Or Akiva. But they were both released without charge, so they're criminals. In March 2026, Krasnopolsky and Smilov were arrested in suspicion of attempting to assassinate a rival criminal. The criminals. According to police assessments, Yushayev was believed to have had a significant alliance with Eli Matab Arbiv, who are believed to have controlled organized crime operations in the Hadera area. We have our own problems here. The police estimated that the parties operated as a joint criminal group in Hadera or Akiva, Caesarea, and part of the Sharon region. Live by the sword, die by the sword, you know? What are you gonna do? Better just stay home. Don't get involved in any of this stuff. Just stay home, watch videos, play video games, and eat cucumbers. Forget about all this. Get away. Okay. Marvel actors join campaign calling for release of Palestinian terrorist Marwan Barghouti. Oh, look who's here, this ugly cretin. You know, the guy that lives downstairs looks like him a little bit. The guy that lives downstairs, my creepy neighbor, looks like him a little bit. Just way uglier. Looks a little bit like him. Ugh. Ugh. Homeless. Puke, puke. Singing together across the divide. What a Jerusalem chorus taught me. Get out of here. Chinese-made drones could expose Israeli soldiers' locations. IDF officials warn. Okay, where's the lady that I told you about that looks like a killer clown? Where is she? Excuse me. Oh, the white stork was killed. Being religious is better for your mental health. Israeli rabbi scientist-led study reveals. Really? Okay. Can't find her here. Sorry, we have to go somewhere else. For Zion's sake, why two Catholic theologians are taking a stand for Israel? Oh, let's see that. Today's silence conjures memories of past pontifical silence during the Holocaust. For Jews and Christian Zionists, Pope Pius X2 silence remains a harrowing memory and indictment. Yeah, but the thing is that he made a concordat with Hitler. The thing is that also a lot of, like, what's his name? What's the guy's name? Not Matt Walsh, the other guy. Whatever his stupid name is. He was trying to, like, paint a glorious picture of this guy. The guy that works for Daily Wire. He was trying to say that this guy was a good man. He was trying to say that. Because, oh, he saved some Jews. He let some Jews into the Vatican, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, the entire Italian people the Jews in Italy were taken to the gas chambers, and it doesn't matter if he took in Jews in the back door just to, like, convert them to Christianity, to save their souls. The facts are that the guy made an agreement with Hitler. He could have stopped the Holocaust any time, and he refused to, because he was getting a lot of money. Alright. So, but it's nothing new to Christianity. This is the behavior of Christians for a long, long time. It's just the way it is. Theodor Herzl in Israel, November 1898. Photographed by David Wolfson. Wow, he got here. Shocking. I want to read Theodor Herzl's biography, actually. Okay, let's go to Ynet. They should have stupid news. Growing up, one of the neighbors did have the look you described. Wore makeup like a clown. We used to her La Payasa. La Payasa. In English, the clown lady. I have to find you, the clown lady. I have to find you. Clown lady, guys. I have to find you. I I have to find you the clout lady. I have to find you the clown lady, I tell ya. I tell ya. Where is it? Maybe we'll find her here somewhere. What's this? Gaza border residents warn. Today it's kites, tomorrow explosive drones. Probably. Living down south, like I live like in the heart of Judea, so I don't feel like whatever. After October 7, Gaza border kibbutzim turned to swimming pools. Yeah? That looks nice. That's very nice. Very nice. They should have more pools. Okay, let's go back and see. Hitler's groupies, the women who worshipped the fair hair. When I see this, I always laugh because they're so creepy. These people are so creepy. The Nazis were freaks. They're really creepy. Incestuous and creepy. Hitler as a sexual object, like really. Married shortly before suicide, Eva Braun and Adolf Hitler in the 1940s. Ugh. Hitler was this like creep with. He couldn't grow a full mustache. Yeah, he was insane. He was out of his mind. Off his rocker. You know how creepy these people were? The lady, Joseph Goebbels' wife. You see his wife? She was in love with Hitler, and during the end of the war, she went and murdered all her kids. She murdered all her kids. That's how creepy they were. Creepy. Anyway, I think I'm getting tired. Listen, I really tried. Oh, let's see that. Oh. Seriously? Cute. I don't really care for him. I don't really care for him. Sorry. Sorry. You know something? Good news is no good. No news is good news. Ugh. When you learned about the hands the Catholic Church in World War II really threw you off, I was shocked and feel ashamed sometimes to say I'm Catholic. I mean, like, you're a Christian. It doesn't matter what denomination you are. Even if you think it matters, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Catholic, Protestant. It doesn't matter. Okay? All Christians had a hand at some point in doing something bad to somebody. It's just the nature of Christianity. I'm sorry to offend you this way, but it's the truth. You know what I mean? If you're a good person, then that's the main thing. It doesn't really matter what you are. I would advise you to be a Noahide, of course. That's just because I'm biased towards Christianity. And And Islam, of course. I'll tell you to be Noahide because it makes more sense to me. Because, you know, with Christianity, you have a whole elaborate, beautiful gospel and all that. But at its core, you don't have the... Christians don't have the understanding that certain things are they're off limits, you know? Historically, Christians never understood that certain behaviors were off limits, just like Muslims. Today, they don't understand that murdering your children should be off limits, you know? It's a no-no. Marrying children, no-no. So, with Christians, they theft, murder, they used to kidnap Jewish children and forcibly convert them to Islam. The crimes of Christianity goes a long way. So I would say, because Christianity doesn't have really much of a moral code, because also you have the concept of your sin is on a dead man. You know, it's very problematic if you think about it morally, from a moral standpoint, from a moral viewpoint. Okay? If you keep the 7 laws of Noah, you don't have an excuse. There's zero excuse and zero tolerance for violence. Except when it comes to self-defense. The 7 laws of Noah, if the Christians kept it, meaning ditch Christianity, just keep the moral code, join a Noahide community. Muslims, if they would ditch their crappy Quran, which is full of shit, they wouldn't be murdering their daughters for honor. You know what I'm saying? They would understand murder. God said don't kill. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be like, oh yeah, she's talking to a boy, murder her, you know? Oh, she's bringing shame to the family, so strangle her to death or murder her, you know? Like, no. 7 laws of Noah says you can't do that. Sorry. Your child's life belongs to God. Okay? Your family's life belongs to God. You don't have you don't have the right just because your daughter is doing whatever. In Mexico, you have the ceremony of quinceañera. It's a priority, so the town's older single men with money can marry the women who came to age. What does came to age mean? What does come to age mean? What's the age? 12? 13? You know, most cultures today, from the third world, they still marry 13-year-olds. Yeah. See what I mean? 15-year-old. Mexico, the 15-year-old. In other cultures, okay, you go to the Philippines, Thailand, you go to all these, like, third world countries, go to Nigeria, all these, Africa somewhere. They all marry 14-year-olds. Okay, 14-year-olds will marry 13-year-olds, 12-year-olds will marry older people. And it's completely normal to them. And it shouldn't be normal. It shouldn't be normal. And a lot of abuse goes on in those cultures. And it's because they don't have the 7 laws of Noah. If they had the 7 laws of Noah, it would bring peace to the world. That's what I believe. 7 laws of Noah. Moral code. I could never understand when I was a child. Could never understand why people would reject it. I saw a video of Chabad rabbis going to the Arab Shuk here in Jerusalem, trying to convince Arabs to keep the 7 laws of Noah. When it came to murder, they didn't want to accept it. They couldn't accept it. They wanted to murder people. They said, God said don't kill. Oh, no, we can't accept that, you know. Don't steal. Because Muslims, they believe you could be a good person. You're a good person if you, Muslim, believe you're a good person. If you can rape somebody, you can kill somebody, you can be a serial killer. But if you believe in Muhammad is the messenger and Allah is whatever, you're fine. And if you pray 5 times a day, you're fine. It's like Christianity, where you could be the most terrible person. You can murder people, but if you believe in Jesus, you're safe. So you're fine. Fucked up mentality. That's what it is. It's a fucked up religion. I say. Forget about those religions. Heck, you don't want to be a Noahide, which is just a moral code for all humanity? Be a Buddhist. Okay, whatever. Buddhists did genocide. Whatever. Let's not get into it. But be a Hindu, okay? Be a Hindu. Or a Buddhist. You know what I'm saying? Just don't be Islamic or a Christian. It's never really done anybody any favors, has it? Has it? Let's be real. Has Christianity... I'm sure some good has come out of it because Christianity took some of the Tanakh. They took some of the Jewish Bible. That's why I was able to survive so long. They stole our books. And they used it. That's why their religion lasted so long. Because there's some truth in it. Because they stole our text. But other than that, personal accountability, you know? Judaism says personal accountability. That's what Judaism says. If you do something bad, you're responsible. Okay? Christianity says if you do something bad, you can feel bad about it, believe in Jesus, and you're saved. So your sin is on him and you're saved. So it's very comforting for Christians because if they might have done something that to somebody that they don't feel good about, they can just feel comforted and believing in a man that saying that, oh yeah, whatever you did, it's on him. Because you believe in him, so you're saved. But Judaism says, listen, Linda, you got issues? You did something bad to somebody? You're ashamed about it? Yeah? You can't just, even if you're not ashamed of it, you know, you can't just let it, just ignore it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go and make it up to that person. Okay? You're not forgiven. In Judaism, you are not forgiven. You did something bad to somebody, you're going to hell, okay? You're not forgiven. You're not forgiven. Excuse me. You are not forgiven. Understand that. In Judaism, unless you go to the person that you hurt and you get on your knees and you beg them for forgiveness and you make it up to them, okay? You try to make it up to them in any way possible that you can, whether it be in damages, whether it be with money, whether it be, you know, you did something bad to somebody, you gotta pay for it, you gotta go to prison. In Judaism, you gotta pay for it, you gotta go to the person, you gotta ask for mechila, you gotta go and beg them. And if they say no, you gotta go to them again, and you have to ask them 3 times, okay? And after 3 times, if the person doesn't forgive you, you know, you did your part, but still, I'm not sure where you are with God. You know what I'm saying? So, that's the Jewish way. The Jewish way is you can't just, like, be like, yeah, believe in this man and you're forgiven. No. You're gonna grovel. You're gonna get on your knee. You're gonna beg the person you hurt for mechila, for forgiveness. And if you don't get forgiveness from that person, and that person doesn't forgive you in their heart, you're doomed and damned for eternity. Not for eternity, of course, but you're doomed. Yeah, you're going to hell, bitch. You're going to hell. Yeah, you're going to hell. Okay, that's why I like Judaism, because all those freaks and creeps that hurt little kids, all those priests in your churches that went and fucked little boys, you know, damaged them for eternity. Literally took something that doesn't belong to them. That's theft. Okay, do you think those priests are going? You think those priests, that because they believe in Jesus and they do confession and they believe and they say, oh, please forgive me, blah, blah, blah. You think when they go to heaven, they're going to see Jesus? Like you think? No. Those priests are going to see demons. That's what they're going to see. Those priests, if they have an afterlife, if they're lucky enough to have an afterlife, they will see demons, my friends. Demons! Devils. That's going to be their eternity. That will be their life. Yeah. And they're going to sit there and they're going to suffer. And they're going to understand and they're going to feel shame for what they did. That's the truth, my friends. That's why I like Judaism. That's why I like Judaism. Because it's personal accountability. You fucked up? Fix it, bitch. Fix it. Or you're guilty. They ask for forgiveness, then forget Peter at the gates of heaven still has the last say for everything. Of course, God is the one that does measure for measure, and he's the judge, okay? However, God, the God of Israel, says you gotta ben adam lechaveroi. What does that mean? Between a man and his friend, okay? God wants people to have peace between the man and his friend. That's the most important thing to the God of Israel, okay? He wants ben adam lechaveroi, peace in the home, peace between man and his friend, and woman and her friend, and woman and her man friend, whatever, okay? And until God sees that you make an effort to go and make it up with a person, no believing in no man, no Messiah is going to get you through heaven. You're going to go to hell, and you're going to suffer, okay? And that's the way it's going to be. And even if a person forgives you and they still harbor hurt in their heart, when you go and you die, you're going to face judgment day, okay? You're not going to just go to heaven just because you felt bad and whatever, okay? You're going to pay, okay? You're going to pay. That's justice. Because the God of Israel is a God of justice. Do you understand? And vengeance. And mercy. But mercy for the victims. Okay? And if anybody would ever to make a case for Judaism, that's the main case that needs to be presented. Okay? Meaning, we are for justice. Okay? No believing in no man, no dead man on the cross, okay? No believing, you know something? That Pope, that Yimach Shemam Zichron, that Pope that colluded with Hitler, okay? He had a agreement with Hitler and he let the Jews go to the gas chambers. You know something? That Pope? You know something? When he died, his body burst, okay? When he died, his body burst. Okay? That's what happened. His body was stunk so bad and it was decaying really bad. His embalmer did a bad job. And just as shitty as he was in life, in death, it proved how shitty he really was. Okay? Your grandparents are probably good people. Okay? They probably had good education. However, it's not a Christian, Christianity is all about forgiveness and turn the other cheek. However, the way your religion is created is to allow bad people to get away with things because it makes them feel okay. Like Ted Bundy, he murdered 40 women, but he wanted to get out of jail because he found Jesus. Do you know what I'm saying? And you, time and time again, you have people going into the powerful positions. They become priests and whatever, and they use that position to abuse children. Why does the church protect these people when it comes out what they do? You know what I'm saying? It's because of the mentality of Christianity, because they're forgiven because they believe in Jesus, okay? And then they abuse their power and they use Jesus' name to try to say that, oh, how many cults have come out of Christianity that they say, oh yeah, I am Jesus incarnated. Jesus said, come and sleep with me, give me your wives, How many cults? The cult leader goes and sleeps with all of the cult members. He sleeps with their wives. He says, Jesus said this. It's a sacred thing to do. And they believe him. Why is that? Suddenly all of the laws of don't commit adultery is put aside because Jesus, you know what I'm saying? You worship a man. You can go and do anything. We Jews say, you don't worship no man. No man is going to come and say, I'm Jesus incarnated. I'm going to break a law. In fact, the Jewish law says, if a rabbi comes to you, yeah, moon rocks. That's the problem with Christianity, number one. But that's just a fact of your religion, okay? But the Talmud, the Tanakh says, if a man that is a rabbi comes to you and says, oh, let's break this law. He starts advocating for breaking the laws of Judaism, breaking the Ten Commandments, and breaking every law. We're commanded to say, this is a false prophet, this is a false person. Anyone who tries to take the Jewish person away from the Jewish law, from breaking the Ten Commandments, a rabbi comes and says, he says to his congregation, he's lecturing in shul, right, in synagogue, and he says, he starts manipulating the people. He says, King David had this concubine and that concubine. Come, bring me your wife because, we're supposed to have a baby, blah, blah, blah. You know, I see we're supposed to have a special baby to give me your wife, you know, to sleep with. If a rabbi does that, every single Jewish person knows to laugh that rabbi out of the synagogue and kick him out. Why? Because he is breaking the law, okay? And if anybody breaks the law, you're laughed out of the room, okay? That's the way it shouldn't be. That's the way it should be, okay? And that's why I say forget about Christianity. Forget about Islam. Islam is no better. Islam is worse, okay? Forget about it. Become a Noahide. Follow the 7 laws of Noah. What's the 7 laws of Noah? 7 laws of Noah is believe in one invisible creator God of Israel who's not a man. Don't curse him. Don't murder. Don't kill. Don't steal, meaning including kidnapping, taking people hostage. That's punishable by death. Don't kill. Don't steal. Don't do sexual immorality, any kind. Don't torture an animal. Don't eat a limb off a living being. And set up courts of justice to uphold all the other laws. And then, if entire humanity keeps those laws, there'll be peace. That is what the priests did in medieval Europe. They would sleep around with married women. Yeah, but they were allowed to because Jesus incarnated into them. Because if you worship one man, why can't he easily incarnate into another man's body? Do you know what I mean? Come on, let's be real. Climb different strokes apology. Moon rocks. So nice. Yeah, there are some cults that have come out of Judaism, but usually they get crushed really fast. You know what I'm saying? There have been rabbis that abused their position. Like Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi, for instance. Bad guy, real bad guy. Not a good man. He's had those rabbis that did bad things. Okay? But it's not so common because Jewish people are more likely to hold other Jews accountable. Not always, but usually they're known to hold other Jews accountable. Being a Noahide is not a convert. Being a Noahide, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to convert because you're not going to be a Jew. You're just going to be a person who follows in the ways of Noah. You know Noah who built the Teva, who built the ark. So he was a Noahide, okay? He was a guy, and he kept the 7 laws of Noah, and he joined a congregation somewhere, a Noahide community. They have it in America, okay? So you're not gonna do anything necessarily. You will join in some prayers. They have some prayer groups, and you will learn Bible along with the rabbi. But you won't be Jewish. You know who's a Noahide? Do you know who's a Noahide? You're not supposed to be Jewish. You're a guy. Judaism doesn't believe you should convert to Judaism. Because nobody wants to be, believe me, you don't want to be Jewish, okay? You see how much hate I get on my channel, okay? Just being on my channel. You see how much hate I got, alright? On the other channel. Francisco Gil White, okay? Let me show you Francisco Gil White. He is a professor. He was a professor. And he's very pro-Israel. But he's not Jewish. He's a Noahide, okay? He's not a Christian and he's not a Muslim. And I think a lot of Noahides that become Noahides, they don't even believe in God. I don't even think that they believe in God. I think they just believe in the concept of the moral code. But they call themselves Noahide. Do you know who else is? Do you know who else is a Noahide? Nick Matau. Nick Matau, the guy who argues with people defending Israel. He's a Noahide. He's not a Christian. Okay? And he studies a lot of Bible and all that. But he's not Jewish. Okay? So he gets the best of both worlds. He can be a Noahide. He can study Bible. There are certain other commandments you can do as a goy. And you're not Jewish. You don't have the burden of keeping Shabbat. You don't have the burden of all the crazy laws. You just have to, you can pick and choose what you want to take on. It's very nice, you know? Yeah, so I think that it's probably, the more people become Noahides, the more peaceful the world will be. And Nick Mataz, he's intelligent. And he's married to a Jewish woman, actually. And let me show you Francisco Gil White. Francisco go. It just makes sense. You know? I don't even know if a lot of these people that are Noahides actually believe in God. I think they just believe in the concept of Noahidism, which is the moral code. You know what I mean? This is Francisco Gil White, and he has a channel that I follow. It's called Management of Reality. One second. Jewish television. They have him on here. You see.
מתכבד לארח פה שני
The deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers. So he was saying for several days now, for many days now, he was saying that the deal was almost done.
So he's involved in Israeli politics and stuff, but he's not Jewish, but he's a Noahide, okay? He's part of the Noahide movement, he calls it. He says, I'm part of the Noahide movement. So if you go to his videos, for example, where's the video? Management of Reality. Management of Reality. Here. Second. Management of Reality.
With the Jewish people. Well, it's not that it's not so much an obsession with the
Okay,
Jewish
so he's
people,
Spanish.
but with defending.
So he has auto dub, you know. So he sees his defense of Jewish people a defense of himself, because the people that go after Jews, they go after his values as well.
So, what I always tell people is that, while it's true that I'm very interested in the Jewish people and in the issue of anti-Semitism, this fight against anti-Semitism, this intellectual fight, is not charity towards the Jewish people. What I understood from this work is that the anti-Semites are coming for me. They're coming for me. It's very clear. In World War II, all the Europeans who ended up living in the area conquered by the Nazis were turned into slaves, and they weren't Jews, they were Christians, and they were all turned into slaves, and they weren't killed because they also killed many, right? So, I believe that the fight against anti-Semitism should be the first priority of non-Jewish Westerners. Why? Because anti-Semites are going to enslave us. So, fighting anti-Semitism is Western self-defense. And it has always been Western self-defense, ever since the Romans were exterminating the Jews until today. If you go back to the Roman Empire of antiquity, what is very clear, and we explain this in great detail in the course, is that thousands and thousands and thousands of pagans were converting to Judaism, because they could see that in the Jewish movement all those rights and freedoms that the Romans were extinguishing were going to be protected, because the Romans were turning them into slaves, right? So, the Jews had a lot of political support in the 1st and 2nd centuries from the pagan populations of the Roman Empire, because they could see that the political future offered to the Jewish people was infinitely superior to the oppression they were suffering under the Romans.
Right, because a lot of Jewish law is about land rights, owning land. You know what I'm saying? So it's not convert. I guess you would fall into something like that as a Catholic. You don't align with everything the Catholic Church does. You would have to give up Jesus. Listen, it's your life. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. What I'm saying is, you'd have to give up this idea of Jesus. You'd have to give it up. You give it up because it's just never really done much for anybody. Okay, people say, oh, I have miracle stories. Suddenly I start to believe, and all of a sudden my life changed. It's not about Jesus. It's about the fact that that person was looking to change. Okay? It's nothing to do with him. So, this guy, he speaks in Spanish, but he has a lot of English too. I think he has an English channel. One second. Yeah, I don't know which videos to give you because it's all in different language, but you can find he has an English channel. I don't know where it is, so I'll just post it here. The point is not to believe in a man, because if you believe in a man, as your God, you don't want to worship man. Worship of man is worship of wickedness. Is worship of mortality. You're basically worshiping something that is not infinite. We all die. Your God died. Yet they worship a dead man. Oh, he rose from the dead. No, he's dead. Okay? Let's be real. Every single Jewish person, every prophet died, okay? Every Jewish prophet died. Every Jewish leader died. Everybody dies, okay? And your God was no different. Alright? He's dead. Over. Finished. Ginuk. Khalas. Done. So there's that. Yeah. Oh, and Nick Mattel. He's also Noahide. He's very diplomatic and he's very good with his arguments, right? But he is a Noahide. He is a Noahide. He is not a Christian. He's married to a Jewish woman. And he's a Noahide. Great guy. I don't watch his arguments because it stresses me out. I don't like to watch people arguing with people who hate me. It just stresses me out. But somehow he's calm and collected and he does the job. You know what I mean? Did I write the right thing? Paste. So, okay, let's see what else there is. First of all, I have to go to my own channel, worship my own channel, get myself some revenue, get myself some views, even though there's no one watching. Yeah, I know. Two people watching. Me and you. That's nice. You're important. I won't be able to go live without... I won't be able to go live on the phone to curse out the game. Whatever, it's all good. Let's go see what the news is. Netanyahu warns Hamas to stop Gaza drone launches or face action. You don't have to warn them, you just take action. 6 yeshiva students of Sderot Guardians never came home. Terrorist tries to grab soldier's weapon. An attempted weapon snatching and attack on soldiers was thwarted Sunday afternoon at Rimonium Junction in the Binyamin region. The terrorists attempted to grab the personnel weapon of an IDF soldier from Battalion 94 who was at the scene. The soldier responded within seconds and opened precise fire at the attacker and eliminated him. The IDF said that the large forces were dispatched to the scene. The soldier who identified the threat demonstrated operational alertness, clambered around and neutralized the terrorist. Oh yes. Look at our sexy soldiers. So sexy. They're sexy and they know it. They're sexy and they know it. The incident in Binyamin occurred just hours after the stabbing attack in the village of Al-Ujah in the Jordan Valley, in which Elchana Hanania, a 24-year-old career serviceman, was moderately wounded. He had been traveling with his family to celebrate his wedding and anniversary on vacation in Tiberia. The terrorists ambushed him near a store in the village of Al-Ujah as he was returning to his vehicle, where his wife and children were waiting. Ooh. The terrorists attacked him from behind and stabbed him several times. The terrorists fled the scene and large numbers of security forces launched searches. Searches an extensive manhunt to apprehend him, which was expanded to the Jericho area as well. That's horrific, you know? Every Israeli, you know, they've been like attacked by some Arab.
התקשרו אלינו, הם נסעו, יש להם יום נישואים, הוא לקח הם חופש מהבסיס שלו, הם יצאו סך הכל ליהנות קצת בטבריה, לנופש קצת בכבוד היום נישואים שלהם, בדרך הם עצרו לקנות סיגריות. כשהוא חזר לאוטו, היה שם את המחבל.
His two brothers, Yosef and Shlomo, said that at Shari Tzedek Medical Center in Jerusalem that Elchanan had taken leave from his base to go on vacation. They stopped to buy cigarettes. And when we returned to the car, the terrorists were there waiting for him. When he saw that my brother had turned his back to him, he jumped on him and stabbed him 3 times in the shoulder and twice in the back. He fought with him. He was terrified for the children, his wife screaming as well. His father-in-law, who was in a car, got out and the terrorists fled. His oldest daughter saw everything that happened. He now has a fractured shoulder and internal bleeding. They are trying to stabilize him. He is in a lot of pain and has difficulty speaking. He is unable to say what he wants, they said. Okay, I don't mean to be callous, but like, stop stopping in Arab villages to buy cigarettes. Cigarettes is not healthy, okay? Stopping in Arab villages is not safe. Just saying. Listen, it shouldn't be normalized that like a Jew stops in an Arab village and you just get killed, but because that's what they do. But you know, cigarettes. What are you doing? Pumpernickel, it's not a girl. This is a boy. Pumpernickel, stop trying to mate with... This is Smokey, it's a boy. What are you doing? What are you... Okay, he's trying to mate. I think it's time for you to go outside and find some female. Pumper. Pumper, this is a boy. What are you doing? It's not a girl, he doesn't like it. Stop. Pumper, Gully, get off. Get off. Off. Get off. What are you doing? It's your boy. 2 boys. Are you gay? Weirdos. Gay. That's what you're gay. You're gay. Gay. That's... It's gay. His little peepee was coming out. He was trying to mate with him. Hey, it's a boy. What are you doing? Crazy cats. Crazy. There he goes, trying to... Oh, I can't deal with these animals. Oh, terrorists who stabbed Israeli in Jordan Valley captured. Oh, very nice. After hours-long manhunts, terrorists who stabbed Israeli in Jordan Valley captured. The 16-year-old terrorist who stabbed and moderately wounded Elchanan Hanania was captured. You gotta turn off their computer, I know it. Okay, off the computer. Off the computer. Off. He was captured following an IDF manhunt in the village of Al-Uja, where he carried out the attack. So they found him. He was ultimately located in his village. Good job, IDF. People are so like... half good job because he still alive and trying again after 1 year in jail with all comfort. Yeah. He's gonna get in jail and then he's gonna get released. After like attempted murder, he's gonna get released. You see, this is the problem with Islam, is that they think it's okay to like... Okay, now my eyes are starting to water because I think it's allergies from these animals. Leading halachic authority gives blessings of wealth to supporters. Very nice. Kidnapping and murder solved decades later. In an attack by an Arab gang during the Great Arab Revolt on the home of the Lazarevich family, members of the family were kidnapped and 3 adults were murdered, and the children were released. So who murdered them? They found out who murdered them. This is them. In a conversation with Arsheva, they found out who the murderers were. Who's the murderers? I said it was Smokey. Oh, Kushner extraordinary warning to Hamas. They don't care. Hamas doesn't care. Warning them. Please. Please. Going ape. Ramat got orangutan caught puffing on a cigarette. Oh, yeah, poor thing. Can you imagine? Because all the people that come there, they smoke, you know? It's a big problem in Israel where everybody smokes. How long did it take to find the murderers? Wait, we have to see the ape. Do you want to see the ape smoking? Do you want to see the ape smoking? Do you guys want to see the ape smoking? Do you want to see the ape smoking? Hold on. Shocking footage of the mafia leader shot dead at a gas station. You want to see them dead? Oh. Okay. Not cool. How long did it take them to find him? Did they find him? How long did it take? Oh, here's the video. You want to see him being stabbed? You want to see him being stabbed? Oh, there's the terrorist. You see that? He goes and stabs him in the back while he's at his car. Terrorist. Filthy terrorist. This is the children. This is the children of the Arabs. This is the Palestinians. You know, every Palestinian that you hear is killed by the IDF is because they're doing something like that. So how long did they find him? It's just very distressing to see that because that's what they do every day here. I could be the next victim, you know? Less likely, because I usually just go to work and come home. But otherwise, it could happen on the way to work. So, see, they found them. Terrorist tries to grab soldier's weapon. When are they not trying to murder us? When are they not? How long did it take them to find him? Probably like a day or something. I'd imagine. They usually find them very quickly. You know what I mean? In a day or two. Terrorist in Jenin. Terrorist attempts to stab IDF soldier and is eliminated. They try to kill us and then they get killed in the process and then everybody screams, ah, genocide. Okay. Oh, we're gonna go see the ape. Who wants to see the ape smoking? Who's interested? Let's see it. Silver back, he didn't do anything but support Arab store and this is how he got repaid. Yeah. What's the lesson? Don't stop in an Arab village to get a cigarette. It's just not, it's not a good idea. Even though we shouldn't have to like deal with this. Like, why can't we stop at a Goyish Arab store and why can't we go to an Arab store and buy stuff from them without getting murdered? Like, it shouldn't be normal. Like, imagine like walking into, you know, you have Muslims in America. Imagine walking into a Muslim-owned store and getting killed just for walking in because you're not Muslim. Jewish people are pretty chilly working around Jewish community as postal carrier, and they often offer you cold water on hot days. Who's ready to see the ape? Who wants to see the ape? Okay, let's go see the ape. Who's ready? You gotta get prepared for this, my friends. Let's prepare psychologically. Can we prepare? I'm gonna have just a little bit more wine because it's making me feel good. I like it. Just a little bit more. Okay, now I'm gonna have some chips. I like chips. Probably not a good combination, but whatever. Who wants to see the monkey smoking? Anybody interested? You ready? You ready? Oh my god. He's actually smoking. He even holds it like a human.
Уснул. Устал, бедный. Сейчас я припали, смотри.
How did he get a live cigarette? It's like smelling his hand. Did you see that, you guys? Did you see that? I don't know how he got the cigarette. Smoke. Oh. This is how people used to see you when you smoked tobacco. You're like, don't look at me. I don't know why someone throws a cigarette in there that's like not finished, you know? Why did he throw a cigarette in there at all? Huh? You don't like it? Did you see that? Oh my god. Video from Ramadan Safari in Israel, right? Going viral after visitors at the primate exhibit were amazed to find an orangutan sitting and leisurely smoking a cigarette. The Ramadan orangutan is not the first great ape to light up the headlines. In 2018, Ozan, a 22-year-old orangutan at Indonesia's Bandung Zoo, retrieved a lit cigarette, tossed into an enclosure by a visitor, and began puffing away. Some members of the crowd laughed, but animal welfare activists were decidedly less amused. Because they see Israelis smoking, so they learn, you know? Then there was Tori, an orangutan in Tarung Zoo in Solo, Indonesia, who reportedly maintained her smoking habit for about a decade. After learning to imitate visitors, she became so accustomed to cigarettes that she would reportedly bring 2 fingers to her mouth when she wanted one and became agitated if her request went unanswered. Zoo officials eventually decided that Tori's days as a chain-smoking attraction had to end. Guards and mesh barriers were used to cut off her cigarette supply, and she was moved farther from visitors. Olive Salad says not funny. Sorry, it is funny. It is funny. The orangutan is locked in a cage for our amusement. Somebody said it's hysterical. Sorry, it's funny. It's not funny. It's bad enough that people convince other people to suffer device like this. It's quite another to give it to a creature who can't even comprehend the consequences. It's like giving a cigarette to a kid and then laughing when he becomes addicted to them, like what happened with Aldi Rizal. Yeah, it's really sad because kids in Israel, they think it's cool. I mean, they smoke. You can see 12-year-olds smoking. Somebody says, maybe cigarette smoking is not harmful to orangutans, even maybe beneficial. There's no obligation to safeguard his life if it's harmful. And it drives home the message that anybody who smokes is a monkey. I'm curious to know if he's picky about a certain brand or if he likes e-cigarettes and I don't know what. I want flavor. Listen. Listen. When I came to Israel, everyone was smoking. Okay? It's sad, but it's also funny, yeah. Can't be both. Israelis, they do to themselves. They smoke from their young age. When I came to Israel, okay? Different strokes. Okay, when I came to Israel, I was like, I saw Israeli smoking. I'm like, oh, what's this? This is still smoking. Like, I have a downstairs neighbor that chain smokes all day and all night. But it wasn't cool because he was fat and old. Okay. And we never thought anything of it. Because most Americans don't smoke anymore. But he always kept his habit, right? I'm not gonna say his name. Nonetheless. So he smoke. Come to Israel, everybody's smoking, okay? I said, oh, what is this smoking stuff? So then somebody taught me how to roll a cigarette. Started smoking with them, and I was like, okay. Smoking. It was nice when it was a beer. I had a beer and it smoked and it relaxed me. It made me feel extra buzz. But then I noticed that without the beer, it didn't make me feel anything. And all it was doing was ruining my teeth. My teeth were getting ruined. I was getting like stuff in the back of my throat. I was literally like, it was really expensive also to upkeep this habit. So I smoked for 3 years, and then after 3 years, I was like, you know what? Enough is enough. So I quit. Because I realized it's expensive and doesn't do anything for me. And all those people that smoke, it doesn't do anything for them either. They know it. They just need to have something to suck on. They should just have a binky. They should stuff themselves with a sussy. You need something to suck on? Get a sussy. Get a binky. Get a pacifier. You know? I think people who smoke is because they never actually, like, they never weaned off the nipple. They need to suck on something. Oh, one moderately wounded in stabbing attack near Jericho. Another stabbing attack. Oh, we saw that. It's the same one. Oh boy. Oh, here he's in the car and the kid comes and stabs him. You can see up close. You want to see up close? These are the Arab children that get killed, right? The children. They're doing stabby stab. Look at him, he has his knife. They're waiting. The Arab, see? He's waiting to stab someone. He pull out his knife. Oh, his back is facing him. His back is facing him, you see? They're cowards. They can't face you in the front. Then he runs off. Little cowards. This is the Arab, my friend. It's like, why would you do that? Like, why? Because he's taught to hate the Jews and kill the Jews. That's what they're taught from when they're a kid. It's terrifying. It's horrific. One more? It's not that good with raspberry. Why Israel's moving attack helicopters north? What does that mean? Telling you what we have to deal with here. Telling you. Shem should keep us safe. Following an Air Force investigation into the October 7 massacre, Squadron 190 has relocated north as the IDF seeks faster response time and greater readiness along Israel's northern border. Excuse me. Let's see.
אני אומר לך, אין תחליף למכונה הזאת. אין לה תחליף. בלילות חשוכים, במזג אוויר מטורף, בסיטואציות הכי קשות שיש, כשמגיע מסוק קרב לשטח, זה הופך את הקרב.
אני חושב שכל המערכת היום היא מערכת מאוד מאוד משומנת, עובדת בצורה מדהימה. היכולת היום לסגור מעגל, לתת את האש שבעצם הכוח צריך, זה בסדרי גודל ממה שהיינו לפני שנים. בסופו של דבר, ביטחון המדינה ולהגן על הגבולות, זה המטרה שלנו פה.
רעש המטוסים לא חדש לך.
לא.
זה אתה ואותו דבר גם שם.
כן, לגמרי.
בשבוע שעבר עזבו רנ"ג א' ומשפחתו את הדרום לטובת הצפון. מפקד ענף החימוש בטייסת 190 הסתגל מהר לבית החדש, בעיקר כי אין ברירה.
אתם בעמקים?
בעמק, כן.
נו, ואיך הילדים בינתיים מרוצים?
בינתיים, כן, בינתיים חופש.
עברתם ממש הקיץ?
כן.
אתה שבוע...
7 באוקטובר תפס אותי בתחת כן,
באוויר
בתחנת אחת.
7 באוקטובר. שורפים אותנו?
You can't see the people in the Air Force, you just can't. You can't see them. Yeah, friends, you can smoke 2 packs per day. I'm like, that sounds $120 a week, then let them smoke. Yeah. Yeah. I used to spend a lot of money on cigarettes. It was a whole thing, you know? I would have to roll it. I would buy the tobacco and the filter and the thing to wrap it, and then I would wrap it up and put it in a little thing, and I would roll it, and then I would smoke it. But the only thing that actually really makes you feel good is smoking weed. Everything else sucks. Like, I don't know why Israelis waste their time smoking. It doesn't even make you feel good. It just causes you health problems. Like, also when I was smoking, okay? When I was smoking, I was having such bad health problems. Whenever I would get a cold, okay? I don't smoke weed because I don't know where to get it. If I knew where to get it, maybe I'll smoke it, because then I wouldn't drink beer or wine. No, wine is nice. Beer is also nice. But I think anything in moderation is okay. But when I was smoking, when I would get like a cough, right? Like in the winter time or whatever, I would get a flu or a cough, and I would start coughing, my whole entire lungs would feel like it's on fire, and I can't breathe. And I would be coughing and hacking. I felt like I had pneumonia. Okay? And this was during COVID, and I didn't have COVID, but it was like, you know? And I realized, you know, like, there's something very wrong with this cigarette stuff. You know what I mean? You smoke too much weed sometimes. Yeah, I don't have... If I could get weed, smoke, maybe that would be nice. That would actually be nice. But I'd maybe smoke 1 cigarette a day, you know? Maybe in the evening. one or 2. But regular cigars, regular stuff, like regular cigarettes, it's like, no. It's not worth it. It doesn't do anything. I don't understand why people use it. Oh, it makes you feel calm. Really? No, I don't believe that. It didn't make me feel calm. I mean, that cough that lingers, yeah, and it's like really painful. I stopped drinking And I stopped drinking, and suddenly, you know, everything's all cool. Do you know what I'm saying? No, I stopped smoking, sorry. Okay. England's outrage is outrage. There will be like an Ammonite or a Moabite. There will be like an Ammonite or a Moabite. I'm actually reading Azargat's book on war. I was on my way to Jerusalem today. And Azargat's book on war. And it describes all the different tribes, right? And it talks about how all the different tribes. One of the tribes back in the day, like 3,700, 4,000 years ago, you know, one of the tribes that it talks about in history, it talks about all these different kind of tribes in this region, right? In the Arabic region, right? In the region of this region here. It talks about some nomadic Bedouins that lived around this region as well, where they were nomadic, and a lot of the different tribes that spoke similar languages, they spoke Arabic, but they weren't connected with each other, and they would actually go to war with each other in these areas. They're not native to this place, they're just Bedouins, right? It says the same thing about Arabs in their countries, you know, when they were tribal. They're still tribal, but when they were having their tribal warfares, they spoke Arabic, but they were different tribes, so they were completely like, they spoke slightly different variations of their language, and they would fight against each other. And when it described the region of Israel, it spoke about the different tribes. There was the Israelites, right, the Jews. Then there was the Canaanites, and most people today try to say that the Canaanites are the real Jews, like the Canaanites. The Jews of today were the Israelites were really Canaanites, but Azargat, this author, says that he no, he doesn't think that's true. According to history and the records, it doesn't seem to be true. It just seems to be that the Israelites were in this region. They were one of the many different tribes of the different peoples, the Amorites, the Sumerians, the Canaanites, all the different little tribes here, and then slowly they just expanded in this area, and then they became the dominant peoples here. You know what I'm saying? And they went to war with other tribes, something like that. And it's recorded in the Bible, right? What's with this? That was something that I read today, which was actually very encouraging. So, okay. So now, times of Israel. Israel threatens to intensify Gaza strike. Whatever. This is the children they talk about. And they say, oh, you're a baby killer. This is the child. You see this Arab stabbing people? 16-year-old. He's a child. 16. He's under 18. Murderers, okay? We take them out. We put them down because they're murdering people. Oh, Israel's killing children. No. They're breeding murderers. Mother of Gaza's Hind Rajab demands independent probe after IDF opens criminal investigation. You know what's hysterical about these Gazans? They breed their children to be sent to Jahannam. That's where they breed. They want their children to be martyrs. They believe in death. They love it. So it's like, this is what they say. This is not me talking out of my ass. And it's just like, really? You want it in... Oh, she looks so hateful. More than 2 years after 5-year-old girl was killed in Gaza City, military has acknowledged troops fired at a family car, reversing initial account that forces were not in the area. It's a war zone, sweetie pie. Next time, don't do October 7. Children dying is a terrible thing, but this is casualties of war, okay? Plenty of Jewish people have died in this Gaza war that these little hateful bigots started. Okay? Oh, now she's a martyr, you know? Please, give me a break. Next time, don't start a war. Oh, now she's a martyr, you know? These Arabs, they're so good at being victims. Like Native American tribes, lots of warfare, very brutal too, yeah. And it describes in the book Azargat, where he describes how certain tribes, right, when the Romans were dealing with different tribes, right, the Roman Empire, right, they would deal with different tribes. They would enter like certain, I think it was the Romans. Who was it? The Romans, or they would enter certain villages and they would be shook by what they saw. The way the tribes would have like their enemy's skull. They would have a face. They'd have skulls at every like home, like dead bodies, like decayed dead corpses, like skulls on the floor by people's houses, you know, and they would do like cannibalism. The cartels do the same thing Muslims do, exactly. They make them into child soldiers, and they also annihilate entire families. Okay, the Mexican cartels, as well. But it's not as if they're just resorting back to ancient pagan gangster warfare. You know what I'm saying? That's how they operated. Nobody likes to see children die. Let's be real, okay? I see that kid. Obviously, the IDF, we don't do things on purpose to murder children. It's not a good look, number one. We know how it backfires if such a thing happens. Number two, these people of Gaza, a lot of the time, they will put their kids, they will sacrifice their children. They will sacrifice their children to get a picture, you know, for propaganda purposes. They will do that. That's what they do. They born their children to die. They say they worship death. If you talk to any Muslim, they say, we live so we can die. We don't care about this world. We're not afraid of death. That's why we're better than you. You know, that's what they say. Jewish people, we revere life. We like to preserve life. So it's very unlikely that Jewish people on purpose go after a child in a car with their family to murder them. It must have been some sort of like, they thought there's some threat in the car or something. You know what I'm saying? It could have been a mistake. We don't know. Lots of U.S. soldiers were left traumatized by having to fight children early. Yeah, exactly. And I always say to all these Nazi anti-Semites that come on my channel, I say to them, go watch. Literally, go watch American Sniper. Okay? I watched American Sniper on my way to New York. Very good movie. Very brilliantly made. And it shows, like, literally, like, what... It doesn't show literally, because it's worse. What we have to deal with is worse than what the U.S. soldiers were left with. Okay? Lots of IDF soldiers, they don't talk about their experiences, but some of them do. And remember I showed you Francisco Gil White. He said he spoke to an IDF soldier, and the IDF soldier told him that there was a soldier, right? They were in their group, and the Gazans, they know that the Israeli soldiers are very merciful, and they care for children. So they set up children to lure the soldiers in so they can kill them. A lot of the time, those kids die. So, because they put them in that situation. So there was a child that had strapped bombs to him. He was hiding somewhere, and he was screaming, water, water, mayim, mayim. He wanted water. So the soldier took a bottle of water. He was approaching the child in Gaza, approaching the child to give him the bottle by the hand. The soldier's friend in his platoon screaming at the soldier, throw it, don't go, throw it, don't go, stop. The soldier at the last second threw the bottle to the child. The child exploded. The child was set up wearing a bomb. They put bombs on the child. They told the child to go and call the soldier in to get water. They wanted to kill soldiers that way by using children as a decoy. Not a decoy. A decoy is to lure. No. Isn't a decoy to, like, distract you? They use children to trick you into getting murdered. You know what I'm saying? And they murder their children at the same time. So then when you see this mother, you know, like, oh, you feel so bad. Oh, the child, now she's a hero, you know what I'm saying? She's martyred, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's like, They like to like tug at your heartstrings. Like you hear the child's voice. Oh my gosh, you know? In war people die. They started it, okay? How many people have died since October 7th in Israel from Iranian ballistic missiles? Should we go and check? How many families died since October 7th? Entire families murdered. Not only Jewish families, but Muslims, Druze, Arabs. United Kids Counties of Afghanistan, and he didn't blow up. Our truck broke down. Interesting. You were a soldier in Afghanistan? You were deployed? You were deployed in Afghanistan? Wow. You know, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, did America really know what they were going in there for? Like, it seems like America went in there and they didn't really have any trajectory. They didn't really have any actual plan. They didn't have any plan. Oh, look here. See, this website, they piss me off because they always like try to paint the Palestinians in like a very like sad light, you know? It's like some Jewish kids go hiking in Judea and Samaria, okay, near some Palestinian village. The Palestinians come out to harass them, okay? Right? So they get into a fight because the Jewish kids have to defend themselves because they get attacked first. Then an Arab kid gets killed because he's trying to murder somebody. And then it turns into this whole, like, sob party, you know, like, oh, he's a victim, you know, oh, he's a child, blah. And it's like, really? Like, and then this is Times of Israel, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is supposed to be, like, Israeli, but this is how they present the story. It's not true. It's not fair to the real victims that were attacked for just existing. Mm-hmm. You got lucky. Oh, you got lucky. You're 34. Different strokes is 39. So you were deployed. We're trying to eliminate the insurgent forces and help a friendly government take over, but now we negotiate with the bad guys after giving it all to them. That's how you feel, right? That's how you feel? Are you, like, disabled because you're a veteran? Are you, like, one of those people who are veterans and disabled? You know, I watch there's a guy on YouTube that he talks a lot about stolen valor. You know, stolen valor? That's a thing, right? Stolen valor? See, I tried to pretend that, like, I'm getting a lot of views. I'm pretending to get the algorithm moving. Maybe we'll get the algorithm moving. I don't know. You know what I mean? Pretend. You're kind of disabled? How so? Not my business, but... Second. Is this guy that talks about stolen valor? What's the guy's name? Stolen valor. How do you feel now being, like, in normal life? You know what I'm saying? You're at war for... You know, I read about, like, horror stories. I read horror stories about, like, veterans who go fight these people. And they come home and they can't really function in a normal society. You got money from the VA for stuff that happened to me, but you're not mostly functional. Are you, like, being supported? Like, are they, like, giving you services? It's not my business. I shouldn't be asking. This guy that talks about stolen valor. There's people that pretend to be soldiers in America. 1 second. He needs... Oh, okay. You was weird before the army. You don't like doctors, you smoke by medical marijuana. More functional society now than you were before. The main thing is they should be independent, you know? Right? I heard there's like a lot of problems with the system, that they don't take care of like people who have problems after the army. Right? You're weird before the army? What does that mean? You don't like doctors, you just smoke your medical marijuana. If it helps, why not? You know what I'm saying? What about gummies? Do you eat like munchies and stuff? Maybe that would be healthier than smoking. You know what I'm saying? How about, is it like bad to like smoke vapor? Is it bad to vape marijuana? You think you're autistic or something? You should get yourself checked if you can. You should get yourself checked. Autistic or something. Maybe you have asparagus. Asparagus. It's nice to have you guys here. It's nice and intimate. I'm trying to think. That's the wrong word. That's the wrong word. You know what I'm saying? It's better to talk to somebody than to talk to the wall. To myself, you know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit ridiculous. Don't you think? Pumpernickel needs a girl. Pumpernickel, you guys. My cat Pumpernickel, he needs a girl. He's having sex with he's trying to have sex with Smokey. Smokey's a male. What are you doing? What are you trying to do having sex with Smokey? Pumpernickel. Pumpernickel, why are you trying to have sex with Smokey? Anyway, you're too young. You're too young to be running around with girls, Smokey. He's too. My Smokey, my Pumpernickel is too young to be running around with girls. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, he's horny, big deal. Like, control yourself, bitch. Control yourself, bitch. Smokey. Smokey. Can you control yourself? Can you control yourself? I love you. Hi. Why are you trying to run away? You don't like me? That's not nice. It's pretty chill, not gonna lie. You like seeing how you respond to people who come into chat with their viewpoints and trying to convert you. Listen, I just say it's Hitler's religion, you know? I don't have much of an argument. It's just Hitler's religion. I'm not gonna be, oh, he wasn't Christian. Sweetie pie. The guy was Christian, as they get, you know? He got all his ideas from Christianity. If you look in ancient Christianity, that's how they treated the Jews. Segregation, badges. Okay, they didn't do complete annihilation, but they did pogroms, you know? It's not much of a big difference, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah. 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 The YouTubers, they're getting smart, you know, they're trying to make things difficult to seduce your convention. Because technically, you can only have live stream on the phone if you have 50 subscribers. They let you do this live stream for some reason. But if I could go on the phone on the live stream, you know, I know how to rage bait, so I can get all the crazies going crazy. You know what I'm saying? And even if they ban me on the other channel, I could always come to this channel and upload this my videos to Rumble, because Rumble, usually I do like restream, so I do both streams at the same time. But I got this thing, but it's not like strong enough for internet to connect. Whatever, it's a problem. So, yeah, basically, I tried to save all my content because it's work, you know. Number one, it's work. Number two, I need to have it to be able to, like, if people start accusing me of things, I have to just be able to defend myself. Stuff like that, you know what I mean? So, anyway. But I really enjoy the engagement. That's one of the reasons I like YouTube. Rumble doesn't get any engagement. There's no one to talk to there. It's very sad. So I'm trying to think which other platform I can do something like this and get engagement, but I think Rumble's the only other one. I tried Odyssey, but I don't know how it works. It seems like they only allow certain... They save your videos, but then they delete it. I don't know what the heck is going on in there. Oh, who wants to see my new flag? I bought it for 10 shekel. Where is it? Here it is. It's not as good as this one. This one's a good one. Some guy I dated gave me that. He was also a creep. See? Isn't it nice? It's nice, isn't it? Say you like it. Somebody, say. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Smoky. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Both of you. Thank you. Got it for 10 shekel. It wasn't a bargain. In Yiddish, let's see, in Yiddish we'd say, or it was Hebrew, we got a ganze Metzia. We got a ganze Metzia. We got a Metzia. I got a bargain. It was no bargain. I got it. Literally, I got it for... Whatever. Okay, never mind. Put it back. You know what I mean? The cats like it too because it has strings. They like it because it has... See the cat, the baby. Smokey, like, get off me, weirdo. Is there a difference when the star is filled in? Tolerant has one that has an all blue star. An all blue star. That's cool. I don't think there's a difference. I think this is the official Israeli flag that flies. So would you say at different strokes that because you were in Afghanistan, does it change the way you see things in regard to terrorism? And in the way you see Israel? Or do you just see Israel as genocide, apartheid, and people who are just fucking up, like trying to oppress the Palestinians and all that crap, you know what I'm saying? Because I live here, so I know the truth, but like you as a American veteran, there's a guy, you should watch him. There's a guy who's a veteran, and he talks about stolen valor. He's very good. I forget his name. I don't know what his name is. What's his name? So, what's his name? Do you think? What's the guy's name? This is my other channel. Watch them ban this too. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Let's go to new channel. The guy's name is Stolen Valor. I know he'll still pop up and say Stolen Valor. Stolen Valor. Here, this guy. Fake Marine. Jameson's Travels. Fake Marines versus real Marines. Here. Share. Copy. Very interesting, right? You know this guy? Go. Paste. Here. You didn't serve in the military, right? You see the Arabs as bullies. Well, they see us as bullies. Not that I care what they think of us, because they down with them. But you love watching his stuff, yeah? You didn't serve in the military. You American, Moonrock? Anyway. How is your mom? Different strokes. Your mom's okay? After you gave her all her meds and all that? You're born and raised in Los Angeles and you don't like how your city has turned out. Yeah. I know. It's pretty bad there. You should listen to Michael Savage. You're a Zionist because of your pastor and your mom growing up, but you didn't understand how Islam fit into everything until recently. But you were in the army. You went to Afghanistan. You saw how... Did you see the Bakabazi boys? Did you see the Bakabazi boys? It's really sad if you... It must be really, really depressing to see, like... To see Bakabazi boys. You know, the way they're treated and all that. You didn't see those boys. Oh, good for you. Oh. If you would have seen those boys, it probably would have been, like, 100 times more traumatic. It's like little kids, you know, children. Little children being dressed as little girls, you know, and making them be sexy and use them for sex. It's just so depressing. It's so tragic. It's just so tragic that the way the world actually functions, you know what I'm saying? You know what the most disturbing part was? You know what I saw today? The most disturbing part I saw today was there's this guy, Wolves in Finance, that I followed, and he spoke about you heard about it, something like Pakistan. It's in Afghanistan. So he mostly saw farming villages and it seemed beautiful until stuff started blowing up. Shem Shmur. It's terrible. Shem should help you. Shem Yazorlanu. Okay, so wow. Yeah. So there's this lady she got into some sort of accident and then they took her into an ambulance and she tried to get up and they pushed her into the ambulance and then she ended up dead. So they're saying that she was making a film about like sex trafficking and the people must have killed her. So that was really depressing. I believe it. I don't think it's a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that she sat up in the gurney, she was trying to get away and they literally like pushed her down, they shoved her in. She was alive when she went in there. When she came out, she was dead. Murderers. Fine. To her memory. Anyway, I should probably go now. It's late. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go and dig out the litter. I really appreciate you guys being here. Islam is inherently political, yeah, and expansionist, that's right. Israel's front line, they want to take it over than the rest of the world. That's true. They're already doing it in America. They're literally doing it in America. Thanks, Different Strokes. I appreciate you guys. You know, like, thanks, Moonrock. Listen, you know, I realize like I really enjoy the interaction. That's why when I get strikes on my channel, then they're gonna take it down. It's like it makes me feel a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And nobody else is gonna find me here because I can't get 50 subscribers. Listen, if they would let me go live stream and rage bait, I can get people to interact with. Like, I wouldn't even care about subscribers. And there'd always be someone to talk to, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what I enjoy. I like the discussion. But, because YouTube, I don't know what their issue is. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do they do that? Like, there has to be some way to, like, circumvent all this, you know what I'm saying? So, Anyway, yeah, it's been real. Isn't it now like in Afghanistan, right? In different strokes. In Afghanistan, you say it's like beautiful there, but like now the women are like slaves. Did you see that in your time? The women slaves, you know, not able to walk around. Like now they can't even show their face. They have to like be covered completely. It's very tragic. And the men, they you saw that? The men, they just like, it seems like the men are like, they don't mind their mothers needing to be like that. They don't mind their wives needing to be like covered from head to toe. They can't even show their eyes. Not even their eyes. They wore big blue or black all over. The rich ladies wore nice shoes. But the rich ladies could show their face or they can't. The rich ladies can show their face or they can't. The rich ladies wore nice shoes. It's like the classes, you know? Like the classes that they have in the different no face. Isn't that tragic? What if a child is looking for his mother? And they can't even, the women can't even raise their voice outside. They have to whisper now. Oh, just nice shoes. Oh, that's so tragic. How did you feel? Like, do you have emotions? Because you're autistic. Autistic people have emotions. You should make your own channel and talk about stuff. I don't understand why. I'm the only one here. Go do something. Talk about your time there. Talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Girls could wear school uniforms once a week, and it was nice to see. Yeah, but they couldn't show their face. They wore like what, big black. Whatever. I don't understand why the males there are okay with their wives being stuck like that. Maybe they like it, you know. Maybe they just feel powerful over their mom. Can you imagine if a woman needs to give birth there and she needs to scream because it's so painful? But if she screams, they kill her or something. Can you imagine what it's like to be there? Oh my god, I'm so blessed. Can't believe my luck. They couldn't show their face that one day a week. It was weird. Didn't make sense. Are you serious? It's so sad. It's like being in a cult. And they live in like this beautiful mountains, right? Like you say, they live in this beautiful mountains, and you say that they live in these beautiful mountains, but they can't feel the breeze on their face. They can't feel the breeze on their arms. Right? They can't just be free. Even if they're gonna cover from head to toe, like show their eyes, feel the breeze in their eyes, I don't know, on their face. No education. Imagine there's no female doctors there. What if a woman she's giving birth, she doesn't want to have a male doctor. You know what I'm saying? Lots of women don't want to have male doctors because they do a lot of male doctors, they'll do weird things, you know what I'm saying? Beautiful mountains and hills with dusty plains. How long were you there for? Only 9 months. Wow. Excuse me. That's long enough. Was that long enough though? It feels like, for you, was that long enough or it felt like a short time? You had one deployment or you had other deployments? Mountains that people from all around the world travel to see and climb. Afghanistan? Afghanistan has a very rich culture apparently, but something happened to them. I don't know. I don't know what happens to them. Do you know what I'm saying? You got to see the seasons change and the farmers plant, grow, and harvest their crops, yeah? Did the women have to be in the fields harvesting too? You need to write a book, because you know about this stuff. Why don't you write something? I don't know. Talk about it. It's interesting for me. Like, I want to hear what you have to say, you know what I mean? Like, I want to hear what you have to say. Were the women involved? What did they look like if they were involved? What did you see there? You know what I mean? Like, even like small details that you don't think is important, it could make an interesting book, you know? So, you know what I'm saying? Who would go to Afghanistan these days anyway? If you want to get kidnapped by ISIS. ISIS! You want to get kidnapped by ISIS? You out of your mind? You're out of your crazy mind. You're crazy! Crazy. Crazy. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go. Thank you for being here. Okay. Thank you for being here. Okay. Go to sleep. Sleeping is such a bad hobby. Sleeping is such a bad hobby. Oh yeah. The women were usually around their homes and inside the gates, not in the field. Children would mind sheep, herding with sticks. The men did fields and irrigation. Interesting. Go to sleep, beautiful lady. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna go now. Have a good night, peoples, okay? Take care, alright? Good night, okay? Thank you for being here. Bye. Bye. Bye.